Recording in progress. Welcome everybody to day 2 of our 21st annual international gatherings in biosemiotics. We have a very great roster of talks today, so we'll get right to it. 2 things before we begin, 3 things. Everyone now, please, we've been chatting, but everyone, including myself, please mute yourselves please mute yourselves so there's no overlap when the presenter's talking. Secondly, remember we have a special program tonight, an excellent program of music and talk, including animal sounds and music inspired by animal communication by Stephen and David. So please, that will be 8 p.m. Central Eastern Time in Stockholm, whatever it is in your own time. It'll be 2 a.m. for me, so I won't be here for it, but I've seen it. It's excellent, and I want to watch the video of the discussion afterwards. Okay, last thing I want to say is Tyler is going to share with us a picture of the group in NAV. So, or Ludmila.
It's in the chat.
Now it's in the chat for the new people. Okay.
Wait, Tyler, can you share it again?
Yes.
So you can be virtually in Stockholm with the gang.
Beautiful photo. It's worth the wait.
It is absolutely worth the wait.
There it is. It's uploading. There it is.
Is it up?
Yes.
Oh, wait. Oops. I'm sorry. I sent it to Tori instead of sending it to everyone. Stupid. Okay. Now it's sent to everyone.
Great. And I think I'm going to mute all, and then Ludmila and Philip, you can unmute, okay?
She can't, because she's live.
Got it? Okay, let's begin our second day. We'll start with a session hosted by Ludmila.
No, it's a different one.
Yeah.
Do we have an adapter, maybe?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Welcome to the second day of the Gatherings in Biosemiotics 2021. I'm very pleased to open the second day and the very first session. We have a program full of wonderful, interesting presentations. Just one reminder, I would like to ask you not to put your questions in the chat during the talks, because it might be disturbing for some presenters. So if you have questions, please write it in the chat when the talk is over, or keep them for the breakout rooms. So we have the same structure, 20 minutes for presentation and 10 minutes questions answer period. And I think that we can start with the first presenter of today, Filip Jaroš from the University of Hradec Králové in Czechia. And Filip will present a talk entitled Adolf Portmann, an old new narrative of an anthropological difference. Filip, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ludmila, for introduction. So I am sharing the screen. I hope that I will manage.
Okay.
Please tell me if you can see the presentation.
Yes, we can see it.
Cool. So I will introduce some basic thoughts of Adolf Portmann. You might have heard about him maybe from Karel Kleisner. So I will review not only his morphological work, but also other parts, especially anthropology. Here is the content of book we are editing with Siri Clouda. It will be out from Springer, I hope, in next month or 2. So you can see content there, contribution by Rin Magnus, Andres Kurismaa, who you know from Biosemiotics gatherings. I just need to move this. Okay, cool. So most of Portmann's works were written in German, but there are few translations into English. and especially attention deserves on the uniqueness of biological research. Portmann states here that organisms are not machines, and he is seeking for a third way between mechanicisms and vitalism. So, and they are very familiar to all biosemioticians. He coined a special concept of inwardness here. It's also translated as centricity into English, as a capacity to interpret meanings in order to reach goals. And this inwardness is a property not only of humans, animals, but also of plants in Portmann's view. Portmann is famous for aesthetic morphology. We have already discussed some bits of it yesterday in the evening session. So he suggests that animal surfaces, for example, coloration, luxuriant structures, as you can see on the example of peacock's tails, have to be understood as the means of self-presentation. So they are not only products of physiological mechanisms or Darwinian natural selection, but something transcending these processes. There is a very nice theatrical metaphor in this essay, which compares life to scenes in theaters, to theatrical play. So Portmann says that there are basically two ways of biology. The first one could be compared to the view from backstage, as is usually in physiology. And physiologists would analyze the analog goes as that analyzing the hidden work of makeup artists and lighting technicians. But Portmann's favor the second way, the view of the stage, which is morphological way, and it can be compared to observing the action of the play. Spectators basically get what they see by their senses, especially eyes, but also ears and so on. There is an interesting commentary of Ture von Ixkill on this essay. So they were friends with Portmann and colleagues, but Ture makes a comment here that not only organism as wholes, but also cells and organs should be viewed as centers of activity. It's quite interesting to compare the work of Portmann and Jakob von Ixkill. Portmann wrote a preface to one of the editions of Ixkill's Streifzüge, and he marks here Jakob von Ixkill as a forerunner of ethology. So what he really appreciates of Ixkill's work is the first-person experience of animals, this perspective of first person, and attribution of meanings to environmental objects done by Ixkill thoroughly in this work. There is also one slightly negative comment by Portmann. So he says that Ixkill didn't achieve to make the way out of somehow idiosyncratic mixing of mechanicism and vitalism, as can be shown on the term of planmessicide. Together with Carlo Brentari from Trento, we have finished an article comparing Ixkill and Portmann. It's now submitted, so we will see how it goes, but just 2 points from this article. So for Ixkill, animals have rigid umwelten, whereas for Portmann, we can speak of acculturization in the case of some species which are acquisiting new living spaces, for example, in urban environments. Philosophically speaking, Ixkill is basically Kantian. He views animals as Kantian transcendental subjects. For Portmann, there are more phenomenological inspirations. So animals are self-presenting subjects, and meeting are always co-constituted in their interaction with other subjects. There is one essay I would especially like to make a focus on. It's truly zoosemiotic essay. It's published in Richard Carter's translation of few Portmann's work. The name is The Path Leading Towards Levels of Living Communication. It was published in 1972, like the original German piece. And Portmann say that signs are prevalent in all animal species, but they are only fully arbitrary in human speech. And using his morphological approach, he connects language faculty also with some physical parts of the body. So language faculty isn't enabled only by our large brains, but also by the specific position of larynx. And Portmann likes to show that apes with their different morphology of larynx aren't able to utter words. And like if we want to make some comparison between then signifying efforts and humans, we should rather look at mimetic and gestural communication, as was also done by some American researchers, like trying to learn them some basics of our languages. But of course, like efforts were successful only to very small extent. The meaning of Gestalt, so this highly specific, complex word from German, could be interpreted as animal forms are not solely objective structures like physical things, but they are always viewed by other animals or humans. So we want to comprehend Gestalt, we need to see animal surfaces always as something which is interpreted in the senses of other beings. And Karel Kleisner, Anton Markos, and Timo Maran made use of this prospect of Gestalt in their thinking about the evolution of semantic organs. And they introduced the terms of semiotic selection and co-option, and it was published in several of articles, some of them in Biosemiotics. If we want to highlight one specific approach of Portmann that would be still very useful for theoretician and not only theoretical biologists, it's his classification of altricious and precocious. This is typology of early ontogeny of birds and mammals. Please look at the table. There are some basic features of altricial and precocial species. An example of altricial species would be mouse with large litter and restricted locomotion, in contrast to giraffe, which is the offspring of giraffes are highly already developed, and there is usually only one or two offspring in precocious species. And Portmann's finding could be really related to some recent findings in Evo-Devo. Precocial form is evolutionary ancestor among birds, but it's evolutionary descendant within mammals. And now, using this framework, Portmann asked what would be the ontogenic type of humans. And this finding is still popular in evolutionary anthropology. Portmann has classified humans as secondary altricial. Quotation, human growth follows the mammalian norm, but birth occurs much earlier than this norm would imply. So Portmann said that compared to apes, human babies are born 9 months or 1 year earlier than would be norm in apes. And he characterized humans as secondary artificial, as I have said. It means that they are precocious in some crucial aspects, small litter, open eyes and ears, but they have secondary acquired some artificial features like limited locomotion. So newborn babies compared to apes are really highly restricted in locomotion. And Portmann also pays attention to merging of this helpless human babies and the structure of human society. And he makes observation that members of a human group are especially attentive to small children, and he uses a metaphor of social womb here. So human babies are somehow born into second womb, it's social womb. He also uses the phrase extrauterine year for the first year of life and says that this is the tremendously important period when children are making their first attempts to get upright posture and to utter words. And the observation is that of course this wouldn't be possible with the help of parents and other members of the group they are born into. So this is also like finding a very nice interface between nature and culture. Karen Rosenberg, current evolutionary anthropology, it's also reflecting Portmann's work, says that human birth is a social event in every culture. So this is also one of the landmarks of human species, like this very, very social basing of human birth. And Andres Kurismaa, in the chapter that I introduced, says that premature birth is a pre-adaptation for dynamic culture evolution. So we can also mark these thoughts to some work in biosemiotics, for example, Terence Deacon. Now, just few words about Portmann as a philosophical anthropologist. Like if you have an opportunity to meet Portmann in some textbooks, it would be probably in philosophical anthropology. So he has been inspired by classics, and he himself became a classic. Classics like Buitendijk or Plessner, and this German tradition of philosophical anthropology posits that humans have a special position in evolution. Portmann speaks about triad of language, upright posture, and rational approach to the world, and the combination of these three features is uniquely human. Humans are open to the world, animals are linked to their umwelten. Pardon me. But there is, of course, one addition to this. For Portmann, animals can learn and adapt to changing environments. So the umweltens aren't fixed. And like compared to Jakob von Exkill, Portmann makes it clear that there are some features of humans that would make them somehow superior to other species. And this is a typical narrative in philosophical anthropology, and we can call it transformatism, that there are some features of human species, for example, faculty of language, then when they got stark in the evolution, they transformed humans to something relatively different to other species. And this problem of narratives of anthropological difference was discussed by me and Timo in an article you can see in the bottom. And if you look at the table, there are these positions of transformativism and pluralism, which are somehow typical for biosemiotics. So transformatism would say that there is discontinuity in evolution and humans are superior to animals, whereas pluralism also have this discontinuity view, but humans are equal to animals, like we wouldn't talk in hierarchical terms. And what would be quite good for some epistemological thoughts in biosemiotics in future, like viewing some parts, like for example, culture in more pluralism terms and communication in transformativism terms. So there is no only one story of evolution. So with culture or cognition, it's clear that there is profound diversity among animal species. Whereas, and this would be also in tradition with Semiotic, if we talk about communication, we can say that language as a secondary modeling system is superior in many ways to other communication systems. So the narrative for transformativism is quite good in this sense. So you can see one of the good translations of Portmann's work is the basics of his anthropology. And this is basically all I wanted to present today, just formal acknowledgement to Czech Science Foundation, and I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Filip. Beautiful presentation. So if you can now just finish your screen sharing, we will move to the questions. Thank you. And the first questions comes from Professor Cole.
Great, thank you so much. Just a little comment concerning the comparison of Uexküll and Portmann, which is really interesting thing. And here this, well, a sort of critique by Ture von Uexküll is just what is sort of mediating very much, because also so that introduction, what was written by Portmann to Uexküll's Streifzüge, Ture von Uexküll really didn't like that. And he said, I just heard that from himself. So that was the reason later he decided that he should write the alternative introduction. But here, as you just mentioned, the point was very much how to understand planmäßigkeit, Uexküll's planmäßigkeit, which Portmann just interpreted sort of or criticized. And here I would really like to suggest a paper by Helene Weiss on which was from actually from 48 already, Aristotle's teleology and Uexküll's theory of living nature, which just very nicely explains and sort of, I would think, then resolves the interpretation of planmäßigkeit. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalevi. That's really nice comment, and I'm happy to hear that there was some discussion about Portmann's forward. So maybe I would like to know some other details another time. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Filip? Yes, Oscar, please. It was just clapping, or do you want to comment?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Filip, for your amazing speaking. I want to comment that the importance of the concept of partner centricity And what is my question is what is the difference between inval and useful awareness and the centricity with Rothschild and inner adaptation? You understand? Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Like we can hear you with some echo, but we are not sure whether this is a problem of this place or.
Sorry. Only is this question that to compare awareness, Portmann awareness, and useful in and well, and the centricity concept with inner adaptation or Rothschild, because I think that there are interrelations between these concepts.
Thank you, Oscar. It's indeed a good question. And like, this was also a discussion with Carlo Brentari. He is specialist in X-skill work. And so our result is that actually inwardness should be somehow making analogous to X-skills Bauplan rather than in and well. Like in and well has, I think, clear philosophical background in Kantian philosophy. So it's about, like, we could say that it's about modeling the world. Whereas, as I said, Portmann is more into phenomenological side with this self-expressing and so on. And like a both of them had some holistic views of organism, but in X-skill it would be more about Bauplan, like what would be connected to inwardness, which is also holistic term, like relation to the world.
Thank you very much. It's a good question. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Philip, for your answer. Does anyone else have question for Philip? We have time for one last. James?
Hi, thank you. I'm a biologist, basically, and then coming in to visit this group from general systems theory approach. And so my concern is my interest is in the grand scope. So these biological systems have an egotism to them, which are talked about with many different attributes and factors. But I'm interested, do you ever, in your own research, are you ever considering attributes where and I don't look at them as non-living, but rather than pre-living, because we're built of those basic structures. Do you see any relations and dynamics, such as factors that are related to memory or not memory capabilities, but where responsiveness is an activity of behavior? And this is in a broad, very, very broad, atypical kind of notions, but it seems to me the direction that we need to go in. Do you see any relations between pre-living responsiveness and the factors that these other researchers examined?
I'm not sure that I got the question correctly. Like, what would be pre-living responsiveness? Like which? So not organisms, but some.
Well, just even fields reacting to fields, particle fields, electromagnetic fields. I try to be generous in terms of what is a quote unquote a behavior. Any activity, a phenomena of action over time can be seen as behavior. So a system both has the capacity to induce effects from others, etc.
Well, like so very simple answer, like in Portmannian view, and I think that X-skill would be of the same position, that these do not have some kinds of interiority, like other than living systems. So also, like they wouldn't say that there is intentional stance towards the world. But like I am only like basically rephrasing their position. And of course, it's dependent on the epistemological stance and like in which context you are talking. So for example, Zdeněk Neubauer, our colleague from Prague, didn't have problem to talk about intentionality in the case of the dissipative structures, for example.
Right. Yeah, I'm in our field. Well, as you all know, as far as Rosen's, the anticipatory notions sort of bleed over, and that's why it's a struggle. Things are not well defined currently, and I understand that. But that's where, yeah. So I think what you're exploring, what you explained today, was really well good.
Yeah, but like I think that compared, but I am not like very well literate in modern systems theory and so on. But my guess is that especially for Portmann, probably there would be quite a strict distinction between living systems and non-living systems. So this notion of inwardness wanted to divide these spheres.
Okay, I just wanted to check. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Philip. And now we move to the second speaker of this session. So I would like to welcome Jonathan Beever from University of Central Florida, and he will present a talk entitled Biosemiotics, Philosophy and Thinking with Others.
Thank you, Ludmila. Thanks everybody for being here. It's really good to be back in the gatherings once again. I'm going to be pretty informal this morning, so I won't have any slides to share with you except a reference slide, which I'll drop in the chat window right now. It's apparently large, sorry. What I want to do is organize my brief comments this morning around sort of three central ideas leading up to a distinction I want to make between interconnection on the one hand and interdependence on the other. And I think Philip, I'd be really interested to hear from you at the end of my talk more about the Uxküll-Portmann distinction, because I think they're worrying about very much the same problem that I'm worrying about here. But I want to start with maybe idea number one, which is meaning occurs even in the weirdest places. And I want to focus specifically on the case of the octopus. And I want to articulate the rapid take-up of science and humanities-driven efforts to resituate this animal as intelligent, interactive, and individual, as opposed to alien and abstract. And I'm going to draw on a couple of pieces of popular literature that are in my reference in my bibliography, including Cy Montgomery's 2015 Soul of an Octopus, which I anticipate many of us have read. And then Craig Foster's documentary, which came out last year on Netflix in 2020, called My Octopus Teacher. I'm going to lean on those as sort of instances of this popular resituation of the octopus. In each case, what's important to me about these two pieces specifically is that the human author explores the meaningful relationships they've built with a single or sometimes several single octopuses. And then they make these sort of strange moves to articulate out to species level concerns or ecosystemic concerns generally. But the link that I want to make is between the knowledge that they're getting from these interactions and the view of the world that's shifting beneath them. So the epistemic and the ontological. And to make that connection, I'll move after I talk about these two pieces to thinking about the link between biosemiotics and some contemporary themes in continental philosophy. So Soul of an Octopus, Cy Montgomery's 2015 book, is a really interesting story about this this author's interactions with an octopus in an aquarium. And I'm going to stick with just her first interaction, which was with an octopus named Athena. And she starts in the way that, in this sort of exploratory way, by describing just how weird or how different the octopus is than a human. And I'll give you a quote from very early in the book right now. She writes, "It's hard to find an animal more unlike a human than an octopus. Their bodies aren't organized like ours. We go head, body, limbs. They go body, head, limbs. Their mouths are in their armpits, or if you prefer to liken their arms to the lower instead of upper extremities, between their legs. They breathe water. Their appendages are covered with dexterous grasping suckers, a structure for which no mammal has an equivalent." She goes on, "Octopuses can taste with their entire bodies, but this sense is most exquisitely developed in their suckers." When she meets Athena in the aquarium, she describes Athena as having an exceptionally intimate embrace. the keepers of the enclosure describe differences between octopuses they've had, Athena being delicate and sensitive and intimate, and other octopuses being aggressive and playful or mischievous. And she says, Athena, although they've just met, Athena knows her in a way that nobody has known her before. And this way she's describing this octopus is not from a biological perspective, but from an interpersonal perspective. And she writes about how weird that perspective taking is. She leans on an example she offers from Jane Goodall, actually, and other early primatologists who delayed for a long time writing about behavior that she evidences in octopus, like deceit and playfulness. And primatologists delayed for a long time writing about that in chimpanzees for fear of being accused of anthropomorphizing or projecting human feelings onto study subjects. So this approach to thinking about an octopus as playful, as deceitful, as another individual, as a really important piece of these literatures. And in fact, Montgomery makes this explicit, and she says, look, Athena is more than just an octopus. She's an individual who I liked very much, she writes, and possibly a portal. Montgomery says, she was leading me to a new way of thinking, of imagining what other minds might be like. Now I offer you this quote specifically to point to what I think is a really interesting angle that Montgomery and Foster, in the next piece I'll talk about, take, and that is looking for human minds in the other. Montgomery's bibliography of this book is really telling too. She cites philosophers on consciousness, including Susan Blackmore and Daniel Dennett, among others. She cites experimental psychologists on octopus's spatial learning and biologists who study memory. But the key focus on her approach to thinking about the octopus is as another her, right? It says something with a mind like hers. So keep that in our minds for just a second. I want to talk just briefly about My Octopus Teacher, the documentary. This is a really interesting take. For those of you who haven't seen this 2020 documentary available on Netflix, the producer, Craig Foster, was a working professional who kind of got burned out and decided to take some time for himself and went diving in his native South Africa in a kelp forest and came across an octopus, a common octopus, and had some really interesting interactions with her. I'm not sure it's a he or her, and decided to dive with that octopus every day for a full year. And that's what the documentary is. And so every day he dives with this octopus and gets to know her, and he starts describing his relationship, much like Montgomery did, with this singular individual octopus. He says he noticed a definitive moment where her fear had subsided tremendously. He calls her a her. She sees big movement and she's suddenly afraid, and then she says, oh, it's him. And she comes out and she's very curious. And she mirrors Montgomery's note that, he mirrors Montgomery's note that octopuses are incredibly creative, deceptive, playful. They use their environments in really incredible ways. And he has a moment just like Montgomery does, where he says, and I'm quote him here from the documentary, there I was just staring into the eyes of this incredible creature. It was difficult to imagine at first that she was getting anything out of this relationship. Why would a wild animal doing its thing get anything out of this strange human creature visiting? And this is where it gets interesting. So you go and you interact with this human, and perhaps it does give you some strange octopus level of joy. And he goes on, and I'll return to the end of this documentary later on, but the same sort of thing is happening in both of these pieces. And these are sort of biological aha moments, I guess, where a human interactor recognizes a non-human individual as an individual, as another person, not just a member of a species that you could study in the abstract, but as something with which you have a meaningful interaction. And the popular literature around cephalopods, octopuses, and cuttlefish and others evidence the extent to which we're seeking minds in the living world. And again, there's nothing particularly novel about these two pieces. Gregory Bateson, for instance, studied the octopus, looking to their weirdness to build up his ethological model of social behavior. There's good connections to this community right now, I think, because I think Philip Goodham is here, who 2020 wrote, I think with Springer, a book on Gregory Bateson on relational communication, where he talks about the octopus studies that Bateson had done early on. And in fact, I think in that study is where he met McCullough first, which is a good link to Dr. Harris Jones' talk from yesterday. But I'm going to leave Bateson aside for a second. The big picture, the thing I want to get at here is that meaning for these two, in the case of looking at octopuses in these two documentaries, popular pieces of fiction, is that meaning is still sort of anthropomorphized as mind or consciousness. We fall prey maybe to looking for the self mirrored in the other, rather than otherness in itself or novel meaning making. The same sort of problem occurs in the 4E approach to mind, which is really popular right now. That's embodied, embedded, enactive, and extended. Basically approaches to cognitive science which look to connect the mind and the body in unique ways. But again, what we're doing is just extending the mind's thing out into the world. The reason cephalopods, octopuses in particular, have stuck with us is because of their radical difference. So what happens when we don't try to build those analogies between my mind and some other thing's mind, but instead allow new knowledge to thrust on us new perspectives? And I think this is what my colleague, my philosophy colleague, Brian Anishi, has called weird ecologies. He describes weird ecologies as a breakdown of our epistemic limits that leave us with, he says, a new distrust of our modes of organization and apprehension. This breaking down of what we know thrusts us into this epistemic and ontological gap, which is my second idea. I said there were 3 ideas, so here's the second. This gap between what we know and what we know about things and what we know about the nature of the world is important to biosemiotics, and it's an important space in biology and philosophy. Biology, maybe outside of biosemiotics, at least from my perspective, has a hard time with ontology. The idea of many biologists seems to be that knowledge generates new hypotheses about the world that they know, but not necessarily new worldviews. Peter Godfrey Smith wrote in his book, Princeton University Press book, Philosophy and Biology, works out these differences in some detail. And I cite Godfrey Smith only because, well, predominantly because he also wrote a book about octopuses called Other Minds in 2017. It seems to be a running theme. But this gap between what we know and views about the world, between epistemology and ontology, is the gap that's taken up by 20th century continental philosophers, who have drawn extensively on, if not biosemiotics, then at least Jakob school. So I'll just give you a few examples here, not to belabor the point or take too much time. There's been a lot of literature on this particular area. In a French and Francophone philosophy article called Worlds Apart in 2020, authors talk about Morton's work connecting or building a parallel between Husserl's work on the umwelts and Uexküll. Merleau-Ponty uses Uexküll's umwelt to build up his sort of inactivist phenomenological approach to thinking about the world. And Deleuze, specifically when writing about Spinoza, in his short book on Spinoza, uses Uexküll alongside Spinoza to build up, to sort of orchestrate his view of immanence, which is Deleuze's major project. And there's some really interesting passages in that book in particular that I want to draw our attention to briefly. When he's talking about Spinoza and Uexküll, he's working out this idea, and he asks this question, Deleuze asked this question: how can a being take another being into its world, but while preserving or respecting the other's own relations and world? And he goes on, after asking that question, to argue, so an animal, a thing, is never separable from its relations with the world. What Deleuze is doing, using Uexküll, much like Merleau-Ponty was doing in his phenomenological project, is trying to think about this problem of how we're related to one another. What we know, and the more we know about those relations, seems to thrust these continental philosophers to think about new views of the world. For Deleuze, this is the sort of radical view of immanence. This connection I'm making, or I'm suggesting perhaps, between continental philosophy and biosemiotics was worked out really well by Brett Buchanan in his Ontoethologies book in 2008. He thinks about Uexküll's impact on Heidegger, Merleau-Ponty, and Deleuze specifically. And so again, the general idea coming out of continental philosophers working on biology or on Uskul specifically is that knowledge generates new worldviews. And this is, I think, links back to these sort of aha moments I described in the octopus literature about the sort of what happens when we learn about the ethology of the octopus. It teaches the biologist something about cephalopods for sure, but it becomes story-worthy when it starts to feel uncomfortable or weird, as if the octopus is teaching the biologist something about the biologist. So to me, the key relevance of the story between cephalopods and continental philosophy lies in the relationship between the individual and the community. So I want to turn now to third idea. Thanks, Ludmila. Yeah. My third idea here is this problem or this distinction between interconnection and interdependence. Biology faces these tensions between focuses on the individual and focuses on the population of the species or on systems, as Jamie had mentioned in his comment to Philip. And it's their job, the job of the biologist, to understand how those relate ecologically or semiotically, but there's a lot of non-compatibility of methods and orientation to subjects. Kriti Sharma, a biologist, Kriti Sharma in 2016 wrote this really short and beautiful book called Interdependence, where she works out the problem that I'm describing in this sort of radical way. She contends that the ascendant view or the use of interdependence as a term in biology is not really a view of interdependence at all. It's still a view of independence. It's a billiard ball model. It's the view that interdependent objects are running around in the world, smashing into each other. Somehow maybe their semiotic relations overlap for a minute, but then fundamentally they stand on their own. But Sharma argues that interdependence is a view, sort of a radical view of the mutual constitution of things, the co-constitution of things. And here, Philip, I'm thinking about your talk when you mentioned the distinction between Uskul and Portmann, where Uskul has this sort of Kantian view, this transcendent view of the billiard ball view of individuals, and Portmann might have something like a co-constitutive view. But Sharma's project really is, I think, a view from biosemiotics, that interconnection is not interdependence. And I think this might be my major thesis, which I'll conclude with. Biosemiotics is not a view of biology in terms of what we know about the world as we know it, but a view of the very nature of living things, that they're relations, they're not objects, that they're webs, not individuals. And if that's a correct view of even a part of biosemiotics, then that might give us pause. Because if we think that signs go all the way down and we couple that to this sort of radically unique umwelten view from Uskul, then it suggests, I think, that all we are a changing network of signs or webs of meaning, that the independent, self-contained individual is a fiction. It's something that we use as a heuristic to understand our place in the world, but fundamentally, every interaction changes us in fundamental ways. This might be the starting out of, I'd like to think it's the starting out of something like the biosemiotics of interdependence. But it made me think, when I was working on this talk, it made me think about Paul Cobley, your critique of some work that Morten Tønnesen and I had done on ethics. I think, if I remember right, Paul, you called us out for maybe jumping too fast past fundamentals. But again, I'm doing it here because what really gets me about this project is, the example of the octopus and our interactions. So let me conclude with just a brief story from the end of that documentary, My Octopus Teacher. There's a moment when the octopus he's interacting with is at risk of a shark attack. The diver, Craig Foster, sees the shark coming and he knows what's going to happen. And he says, should I interfere? No, I can't. It's not my place. I shouldn't interfere. And the shark attacks the octopus. The octopus, long story, inevitably dies. Thank you, Ludmila. Yep. And it made me think, like, if this view of interdependence is correct, then Foster's interaction with this particular octopus changed not only him, he came to see new things about the world and ecology, but it changed the octopus. And therefore, I think it changed his responsibilities to it. So for all of this thinking in biosemiotics for me continues to boil down to our responsibilities in the world, to the ethics of biosemiotics. And that's where I'd like to go next. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. And thank you, Ludmila, for keeping such a good time.
Thank you, Jonathan, for a very inspiring presentation. We have already 3 questions in a row. So the first one, if I'm right, was Gary Goldberg.
Jonathan, thank you very much. I really appreciate your work also in ethics, which I think is actually really important work. I'd like to take this idea of consciousness in octopuses and extend it. There's some interesting things that are going on in secular philosophy in general right now around the whole idea of panpsychism, and I'd like to suggest that we consider panpsychism as pansemiosis. I mean that everything is conscious to some degree, and the purpose of consciousness is agency, and the purpose of agency is transaction, and that is a fundamental. I wonder what your reaction would be to that suggestion, Jonathan. I know that your interests range all the way to things like cinema as well. So, and that's certainly one way that we have cultural semiosis. So anyway.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. You probably know that I'm sympathetic. In fact, you'll see me published on that very point that panpsychism is really pansemiosis. I'm sympathetic. I think the push I've been making is that our thinking about mind, although it's very popular right now in cognitive science and philosophy and psychology and everywhere else, is kind of wrong-headed because it closes us off from thinking about meaningful interactions that might not be so parallel to mind or consciousness. So I'm sympathetic, and I continue to toy with the idea of sort of what the world looks like if everything is on what I think is the biosemiotic story, that everything is meaningful, right? That every interaction is meaningful. A colleague of mine, a Deleuze scholar, Dan Smith at Purdue, pushed me. I still remember this very vividly. He said, well, isn't it true that lava flowing down from a volcano, finding its pathway through rocks is a semiotic interaction? And therefore,
absolutely.
Yeah. And I said, absolutely. And he said, well, yeah, but then what do you do? And this is what I think Morton and I have continued to struggle with in our work together on ethics. What does that do to the sort of hierarchy of value needs? Like, you have some sense of responsibility there, or the lava has responsibility. It gets very complicated very fast. And that's why I keep coming back to this project. I mean, I think it's such an interesting problem. Yeah.
Well, just to point out, Rupert Sheldrake has in the Journal of Consciousness Studies has a lead article on "Is the Sun Conscious?"
Yep. I'm not the only one for sure. I don't have any unique ideas. Ludmilla, I've lost track of hands. Can you help me?
I just think we ought to all go in this direction. That's all.
Filip?
Thank you, Jonathan, for a very interesting presentation. I just want to make a remark on possible also like way how to make together Hale and Portmann. Merleau-Ponty in his notes to his lectures on Collège de France mentioned both of them as main inspirers for his thought on biology and biological structures and so on. And I think that it was here when he got to his idea of interanimality, like the way how to reformulate our thinking about interactions in nature. And I think this goes very well with Portmann because it's like contrasted to Darwinian, like it would be that most of interactions, especially in a group of one species, are not aggressive, but somehow affiliative. So like all these interplays in groups, but also in interspecies groups are can be thought on some basic level of the bodies and their interaction. And of course, like with Ixkill, like if we turn it into evolutionary thinking, like Morton, Tonnessen, and so on, there is not much difference to Portmann and some others. What do you think?
I'm fascinated, Phil, but I feel like at every turn I don't know enough stuff. But I would be really interested to do some more careful work on how scholars like Merleau-Ponty have used Uskul and Portmann. I know in the case of Uskul, both Merleau-Ponty and Deleuze sort of pick him up out of his position and use his ideas for their own ends, kind of. And so there's a little bit of misappropriation, perhaps, of Uskulian ideas in the thinking of, especially Deleuze, maybe not so much Merleau-Ponty. But again, I think the more careful work we could do on figuring out exactly how Uskulian ideas and maybe Portmann's ideas are placed in that work, that might help us. There's been a lot of environmental and animal philosophers continue to use Merleau-Ponty, especially since his lectures were translated into English, to sort of advance environmental animal rights sort of projects. But again, I don't think there's been a lot of careful scholarship done on the root biological ideas underneath. So yeah, I'm fascinated, Philip. There's more to be done for sure. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Don Favareau after Professor Jaroš and after Yogi.
Okay, so there are several approaches to these topics, which can be compared to kind of quantum duality. So some people emphasize units and discrete entities like agencies, Kantian wholes. The others try to spread the things around, looking at some kind of waves of probability distributions. So I'm on the side of the former group of people. So that's why I want not like objections, but at least some caution. So we need to execute very strict cautions when we try to spread things, because when we are spreading things, we may easily lose the meaning and the value of our knowledge, like things like panpsychism, things like dissipation of individuals. It's a very dangerous idea to some extent, and we should very well understand those dangers, because we may dissipate the very essence of what we are studying. For example, among all the forms in the world, a very small number of forms are meaningful. So it's a negligible, small portion which should appreciate this is gems that we should find, that those are meaningful forms. If we say everything is meaningful, then nothing becomes meaningful. So that's the danger. If we dissolve the individual, then we lose the idea of Kantian wholes, the interdependency, self-sufficiency, autonomy. Autonomy is extremely important. Of course, there's also webs of interaction, but this should go not by dissolving the self, but it should go by acknowledging higher level selves or agencies, and also lower level agencies such as cells, organs. So instead of blurring the whole, we need instead think about hierarchies, and then these networks appear within hierarchies. So these networks will be not something everything affects everything, but it's very well structured, something very well structured, and which is a product of evolution or learning. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Dr. Jaroš. I completely agree, and I've written when I write in ethics, I write hierarchically because for the very same reasons. And I worried about the same problem. I did a book, an edited collection with some colleagues last year, where I called it the dark side of interdependence. That very same problem. If we dissolve the individual, we're also dissolving the values that guide us: autonomy, agency, responsibility, rights. And that's a dangerous game to play. So we explored in that book what that world looks like. We did that through film. And that was a really interesting project because it let me think about those very same worries. And historically, we know what happens when we dissolve individual rights, individual liberties, and autonomy. And we know what that darkness looks like historically. But there's two ways that we can take that, right? We can, if we take meaning at a particular level of abstraction, then we are looking to apply categories we know already, agency, autonomy, responsibility, rights, to new things. And that's been the game of animal and environmental ethics for decades, right? But there's another game you could play, and that is to redefine the thing that we value. And I don't know what the world looks like when we do that. That we don't live in a world where that's the case. So as a philosopher, I get the privilege of stepping back and sort of thinking about that range of possibilities. The quantum duality concern with which you started is really important, though, and maybe is a good parallel. We look at the world as particles, but we know that the world can also be looked at as waves. And when we look at it as waves, it opens up a new range of possibilities. That's what quantum mechanics showed us. It's not like two different worlds, it's two different perspectives on the same world. And the question I've asked, I guess, fundamentally is, can we do the same thing when we're thinking about value? And I don't have any answers, but I continue to ask the question. But I'm cognizant of the dangers. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I have to close the discussion here. So I'm sorry for those who didn't have time. You can keep your questions for the breakout room. And now we move to the last speaker of the session, Timo Maran from University of Tartu. And he will present quite a dark topic. So the floor is yours. I'm very much looking forward to this presentation.
Thank you. Greetings from Western Estonia forests. I'm actually not very far from a place where Kalevi and Katja are right now, and I hope that the internet connection will be steady enough. But my topic today will be about species extinction and possibility to use semiotics to make sense or communicate these issues better. So I hope to share my screen with you. Okay, somebody can give me a sign whether it's visible. Okay, very good. Jonathan, thank you. So this is just the beginning of new research project. So I'm going to scratch the surface, build some perspectives, introduce some concepts, but I'm not able to go very deep with this. And the basic question for me is that how semiotics or biosemiotics can be used to address species extinction in a current situation when we in fact can talk about the sixth wave of mass extinction in Earth's history, which is a very serious issue, very serious concern. And the depth of this topic is, I think, well described by International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, who has mapped that today approximately 1 million of animal species are in accurate danger of extinction, and also that the current rate of extinction is 150 times higher compared to natural background rate, because we can also talk about species extinction as a natural evolutionary process. But currently, what is going on, at least in like animals, is 150 times more fast. So the problem with scientific estimates, however, is that they are quantitative by nature, and it's very easy to take extinction as just a statistical thing, without actually evoking any sort of human empathy or compassion, or without becoming existential or experiential concern for us. So I think for semiotics, the issue especially is that how to translate the kind of experience or the process of disappearing from the viewpoint of our species, as they are semiotically active, as we know, to human science systems and to human cultural discourses and representations. This covers both how we understand and how we really know about like individual species, and also how we really approach extinction as a general process, or how we think about extinction in general. In culture and in society, extinction probably can be related with a number of ideas or concepts like social collapse, or fear of the unknown, or nostalgia for a past, or decadence, or loss of meanings and significance, and so forth. And we can also see that in culture there are like different strategies how to approach or how to understand extinction of animal species. So there's something that we can call celebrity extinction, when the species death is very kind of celebrated and somehow well known. And there are a number of species that belong into that category, such as Tasmanian tiger, or dodo, or passenger pigeon, that are generally well known and much written about. But at the same time, there is also a huge number of species, mostly invertebrates and insects and plants, that go extinct without any cultural knowledge and attention, and that then can be called silent extinctions, or quiet extinctions. And there is certain correlation with ecological and behavioral and taxonomic closeness to us. So the species that are more far, that are more strange to us, they are more likely to go extinct without us to notice that. So I think when we kind of try to address extinction from semiotic perspective, there are like a number of challenges to think about. One is how to bring more individual stories of species decline into cultural awareness and discourses. This is a question about translation or biotranslation. Then how to translate between individual stories, and then this quantitative massive process of mass extinction, and also how to change our understanding in extinction in general, because it seems currently to be quite kind of confrontational and conflict-based view, connecting extinction with struggle, and having also certain Darwinian background or basis. But it's also possible to approach it in more processual and interactive terms. And I'm going to return to this. So probably both quantitative and qualitative aspects are important. Scientific description that really gives us a knowledge about the species that are in danger, and also the specific ecological and anthropogenic factors that endanger these. But aside of that, also kind of qualitative or semiotic or kind of soft approach is very much relevant, because this allows to build the personal connection and awareness of this endangerment and extinction. And here are some works in semiotics also that can be taken into account. For instance, fellow biosemiotician Priska Augustin has written a very beautiful paper in Science System Studies, where he kind of develops German romantic biology, and especially works of Andreas Weber, to put them into use in communication with other species, and the making basis in aesthetics and beauty and that sort of categories. She writes that the revolution that shifts our attention to all organisms as subject will depend on face-to-face movements of communicating with others, humans and non-human, with an Exculian hybrid approach to the subjectivity of all possible umwelts. So that's a kind of result or summing up of his of her argument, and this brings the aesthetic quality and also umwelt theory into this topic, I think. And there are other scholars, not from semiotic, who actually have communicated a similar type of thought. For instance, Tom van Doren, Eben Kirksley, and Ursula Münster, who belong to Extinction Research Initiative, a kind of group that focuses to this topic. They have proposed a method called passionate immersion that they described as follows. At its core, it involves attentive interaction with diverse lifeways, beyond viewing other creatures as mere symbols, resources, or background for the lives of humans. Scholars in multi-species studies have aimed to provide thick accounts of the distinctive experiential worlds, modes of being, and biocultural attachment of our species. So again, to make reference back to what Jonathan was talking about, this kind of interactive, interrelational approach together with umwelt theory, together with aesthetics, is probably a possible combination with what to work with such a topic. And I would especially recommend combining Uexküll's umwelt analysis and its elaborations with the semiotic modeling now more related to literary and artistic works as a way to communicate, as a way to find modes to really talk about extinction and endangered species. So one thing probably that needs to be done is to rephrase extinction in semiotic terms. And here I have found the paper by Mick Smith from the Queen University in Canada, very thoughtful. So he basically describes extinction as a series of losses of different types for given ecological systems and nature in general. So extinction brings along the loss of species of appearances in the world, the loss of the species of creative involvements in the world, the loss of the species of significance for a world, the loss of the species of openness on the world, of phenomenological experiences of a sensed world, and the loss of the species constitutive of ecological community. And from a semiotic perspective, it is of course interesting to see that we can really consider these different losses also different ways how species participate in ecological communities, or how they are related with ecological communities by semiotic means. So in this sense, extinction is also a breakdown of semiotic communities and sign systems. Now, a few words about talk umwelts. That is one concept that I have tried to introduce in relation with this topic. And I have claimed that we can consider talk umwelts such umwelts that with what we do not have any direct or natural connection. And I'm very quickly going through this. So basically, we can consider that we have a connection with umwelts of other species, either by overlap, where there is a certain similarity base with other species, or by kind of fitting in as through functional cycles, basically as key and log path, so that there are certain meanings and certain features of our species that become related or corresponding to one another. And this recent or second possibility relates with Uexküll's and Lawrence, Konrad Lawrence concepts of companion or kumpan as basically any species that enables to fulfill certain function for a given species, either this being kind of hunting or kind of social companionship or mating or something else. But there's also kind of similarity basis that we can use to develop certain understanding and empathy between different species. So it's possible to map these. Some are very general, some are more specific. So probably all multicellulars have something that we can call the composition and constancy of the body or a body plan. And if we see kind of multicellular organism that is broken, we can understand that he or it probably does not do very well, and so on. If we can, if we find the organism that is fallen down, we can also see that probably there's something wrong with that. So there are certain bases that can be used to build this understanding. And now the dark umwelt, this would be an umwelt with what there is no any sort of such immediate relationship, but with what we really need to kind of model or build the understanding using Uexküll's umwelt theory, but also more recent and dynamical evaluations of that, for instance, by Morten Tønnesen distinction between core umwelt, mediated umwelt, conceptual umwelt, and a recent paper by Jaroš and Buril, who distinguish between corporality, social communication, and culture as a kind of three layers of umwelt, and also more kind of traditional Uexküllian distinctions between different types of functional cycles and points and counterpoints, and this type of modeling can be used here. Now, the second part of this equation would be the question that what sort of possibilities there are in culture to really communicate about endangered and extinct species, and how to make this translation viable, in the sense that as we consider this as biotranslation, it's really about deconstructing some signs, some sign relations from an animal world, and then finding good substitutes, good sign structures to build the awareness in human sign systems. So probably there are a number of literary and artistic strategies that can be used as a combination of familiarity and estrangement, anthropomorphism, first-person perspective, representation of detailed lived experience, and so forth. And it may also be that talking about extinct species or dark umwelts really can change very foundationally also how we consider our own presence in the world. Silver Ratassepp, in his very interesting excursions to the umwelts of strange animals like vampire squids, leaf insects, moles, and others, he has argued that basically looking the umwelts of strange creatures closely also can raise questions to our own ontological being in quite a deep level, as for instance, how we experience time or causality, how we experience our embodiment, and so forth. And one thing that I want to mention here, I'm almost over the time, is that I think that this kind of semiotic approach, it also can allow us to change perhaps the ways how we think about extinction in general. Australian art critic Susan Ballard has written some quite interesting analysis about this, and she has claimed that again the dominant way in Western discourse to approach extinction would be through opposition, conflict, and struggle for survival, whereas also perhaps we can look at more as a series of subsequent changes and adaptations. And she builds her argument up from analyzing Australian and New Zealand artistic expression, but here again, perhaps taking a look to Uexküll's umwelt theory and elaborations here, concepts like umwelt tunnel, umwelt trajectory, and transition can allow us to look how indeed in dynamical way animal umwelts change during the extinction process. And the kind of basis in that is that it well as extinction actually is relational. It is related to specific features, specific factors in the environment. So is the survival. So we also need not to take this in oppositional terms, but more look it in a relational way with specific possibilities and factors in the environment. And for a very end, I want to just mention a short example. This is Estonian well-known writer, a poet, and essayist Jaan Kaplinski, and he has published one novel entitled Leavers, Lahkujad, in 2006, which, according to my reading, pretty much describes the dynamics of extinction through a viewpoint of three human-animal hybrids, a man-dog, a man-raven, and a man-ape. And this description is done from first-person perspective. I think he has voluntarily taken the position of hybrids, as it allows an author to build this kind of distorted perspective of human society and culture, but also to work with something that is very close to Uexküll's concept of umwelt, how specific animal species perceive the surrounding world and how they can become unfit in relation to the surrounding environment. So for instance, this man-raven Nestor, he has an ability to fly and he can go out from the house that they are inhabiting, but he can do this only in dark, where people are not perceiving this strange creature with a large human head and bird's body. So this is a kind of conflict or unfitting with the environment, and also as being hybrids, each unique of its kind. So this gives an author to very good basis to discuss loneliness and solitude. So quoting Kaplinski, it is not easy for us to carry our fate. Solitude is the worst thing. Every one of us three is unique. so to say, last specimen of its species, to put it in biological terms. Yes, it's just one example how to communicate this in literary means, and to conclude with, of course, extinction, I think also for semioticians should be a very serious concern, because if we consider this from semiotic viewpoint, we are talking about loss of semiotic diversity. And if humans are related via semiosis with the rest of the environment, then mass extinction very sharply also reduces our cultural richness or our imagination, as good colleague Dominique Lestel has put it with the quote that I show here. And with this, I think I will finish my talk. If there are questions, I would be happy to reply this.
Thank you, Timo. 5 minutes for questions. Martin?
Well, thanks for an interesting talk, Timo. I have some comments and a question about the definition you suggest of a dark umwelt. You refer to a direct or natural, the animal umwelten with which we don't have a direct or natural connection, or an umwelt that does not overlap with the human umwelt. And these species are heading for silent extinction, as you portray it. So, of course, one side of the environmental crisis and the Anthropocene has to do with the overreach, really, of the human species and the human umwelt in one sense, since practically all organisms are affected by human actions, directly or indirectly. So the question is how you understand this lack of a direct or natural connection to humans, since in many cases other species go extinct because of their connections to humans or human behavior. So the question is how you can use this terminology to analyze human causing species to go extinct in direct relations, or how you can use it to describe how humans indirectly affect the living conditions of other species. And then where do you draw the border between direct and indirect relations to humans?
I think it's very important and very kind of crucial question that you are raising, because yes, of course, on one hand, through functional cycles, we are influencing our species, and partly this is the cause of them becoming extinct. But on the other hand, as I made reference to a paper of Priska, Augustin, and Andres Weber, and this tradition, it's also very difficult to build any compassion or any empathy towards a species without having this connection or without having this communicative relationship. So it's kind of a paradox, actually. And I'm not telling to you right now what's a good solution here, just perhaps that, well, in functional cycle, the, let's say, perception and action, or these two sides do not need to like connect with one another somehow as they are, or in kind of involuntary way, but there is possibility of making our connection through functional cycles smarter and more caring for our species. So this is probably one answer. In regard to dark umwelt, well, of course, it's difficult to kind of draw the border in the sense that which umwelts are talks and which are like more familiar to us. I think that Uexküll's functional cycle and also similarity between umwelts gives us some tools to think about that. But as a principle, to understand that there are species that are going extinct, and we like do not have like any means to really conceive how it is or how it was to be a Tasmanian tiger or woolly mammoth or some other creature. I think this understanding itself is important one. So yes, this concept perhaps is a bit kind of not ideological, but has a certain kind of emotional load in it.
Thank you. Now the time is up for this session, so I would like to invite Jonathan, Yogi, can you ask your questions in the breakout room? We are going to open right now. And thank to all the three presenters, and we will be back in 15 minutes.
Is my mic working?
It is.
Good.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Peter. Yes. Yes, Peter.
Who is it? Is it Timo? Who am I
No, that was
speaking
Tyler.
to?
Do you want to be in the breakout room, Peter?
Yeah, I want to talk to Timo, yes.
Then you need to do this. Watch my screen. Watch my share screen, Peter. Okay, hold on. For some reason, I can't seem to be showing my share screen. I don't know why. All right, Peter, you have to, I've lost my entire Zoom thing now. I don't know why.
Don?
Yeah.
Don, it's Daniel here. You
okay.
can't share your screen because Ludmila is sharing her screen.
Okay, that's no problem.
With the timer.
Quite all right. You're right, Daniel. I realize that. Okay, Peter.
Yes.
Go down to the bottom of your screen. You'll see four boxes called breakout rooms. It has a 34 into it. There's 34 people there right now. Go to the very bottom of your screen, the black bar. Maybe you need to put your cursor.
I've got room 1, and then I've got a series of people.
Go find your name above. Peter Harris Jones.
Above what?
Above room 1.
Above room? No.
It says Yogi Handlin, Yagmur, Tyler, Tim, Terry, Stacy, Richard, Preston, Philip, and Peter Harris Jones from the bottom up.
No, I'm not there.
Maybe scroll up.
No, it doesn't. It just says room 1 and that's it.
And there's nothing above that?
No.
Well, Daniel, have any suggestion here? I mean, that's how you get in. Is there an alternative way in? Let me see.
I got room 1 join. Is that right?
Yes, yes. Hit join.
Join room 1. Yes.
All right. See you. Click join. There you go. Did you click the word join?
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah.
Just a minute.
So mine is completely blank. Breakout rooms in progress, nothing on the screen.
I wonder if it's breakout rooms in progress, nothing on the screen. Okay.
Like there's nothing in that window. There was, but there's nothing.
Why don't you click it again? Maybe get out of it and click it again, Gary.
Okay, let me try it again. Yeah, it opens up basically empty.
Well, that's new.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I would like to go into the breakout room.
You know what? Perhaps I can assign you in. Hold on a second, Gary. I may be able to assign you in. Yes, I will assign you. Bye, Gary.
Okay, that's good.
Wish you could have done that earlier.
I could have done a lot of things earlier. It's I'm on the more savvy side of my generation's technological curve. I could tell you stories, but I won't publicly.
Aha.
I'm gonna go get a coffee.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, that's the thing. It's pop something out and things still go on. Then there's this notion of oh, it wasn't that important anyway.
better to stay here.
What up, homie?
Not too much. How are you doing, Tyler?
Fine, fine.
You can see me, hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Do you have a PowerPoint?
Yes, yeah. I already did a quick backup recording on my own Zoom account, so it seemed okay. So I'm not too worried about things not working out.
Are you presenting live or you're using a recording?
I'm presenting live, but I just meant it seemed okay this morning, so
yeah,
cool. It shouldn't be. Yeah.
Good, good. I'm sure it'll be great.
Thank you.
No doubt. And the title is Extravaganzas, Simulations and Intersubjectivity, a Sociological and Zoosemiotic Perspective.
Yes, yeah.
Fuck yeah.
It looks awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Oscar. It's maybe not as exciting as it sounds.
Oh. The title's everything. The title's half of it. Thanks for the question yesterday, Oscar.
Oh no, I think it's at least from my perspective, your best presentation yet on your thesis.
Oh, you're too kind. Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. It's high pressure at these gatherings. For some reason, I feel extra pressure against the gatherings.
Yeah, I mean, you set the bar quite high now. Absolutely.
You're too kind. How's the weather in Tartu?
Right now, I'm not in Tartu. I'm in Latvia.
Oh.
But maybe Andrew knows.
It's pretty hot again, humid.
Yeah.
It was pretty nice last week, but back to new normal summer.
Yeah. It's pretty nice in Stockholm. It's a little cooler today, and tomorrow it's supposed to start raining. We're going to go for a swim later. The NAV, which is the building that we're in, the group of us are in, is right next to the water, and we're going to go for a swim after the last session.
Nice.
Ah, yes. You're in Riga, Oscar?
Nope, it's a town that is like 2 or 3 hours away from Riga. It's called Tukums.
Cool.
It's a very foresty, lots of hills type of town.
Very nice. Sounds nice. Have you guys tried the breakout rooms?
Yeah. Yesterday I joined one just a little.
I lost you for a moment.
Or why were you asking?
Just because I had a little trouble with mine yesterday, but I really do like the idea, and I only discovered the breakout room even existed in a Zoom that I had last week. Didn't even know that such a thing existed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they're
teachers
nice.
Use it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So I hope they're functioning well, but I think everyone's gonna suddenly reappear in 1 minute, apparently.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is Merdine. Hi, you all.
Hey, nice to see you.
Hi, Merdine.
I've been unable to get into the breakouts at all. And even this time, Don was assisting Peter Harris-Jones, who was having the same problem. And Peter eventually got in, but I never got in.
Merdine, from now on, I only learned a few minutes ago, I knew it from my classes, but I forgot. I can assign you. If you can't get yourself in, tell me on the Zoom and I'll put you in.
Okay. Well, you see, I've only used breakouts as a teacher and only in like a couple of instances, or I didn't have to get in myself, but they were all like assigned, distributed across breakouts.
Right.
And I didn't
assign you anytime you want to get in, just say, Don, please put me in and I can put you in.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to better master the technology, but
it's a moving target. I just called everybody back and here they should be.
Yeah. Well, I hope I never have to use it again, actually.
Okay. Ludmila, I think we're all back. Okay. So we'll come back for a second session and Tyler will
All
share.
right. So welcome back. Welcome to the second session of the second day of the 2021 Gatherings in Biosemiotics. In this session, again, we'll have 3 speakers. Each speaker gets 20 minutes, then 10 minutes for discussion, and I'll give you a 2-minute warning. I would remind also, again, politely to please do not chat during the presentations, or if you're going to chat, make them private messages because the messages to everyone during the presentations are really distracting. But save your questions. So save your questions for the end if you can. The first speaker is Yogi Hale Hendlin, our own Yogi Hale Hendlin from Erasmus University, Netherlands. Are you with us, Yogi? Gonna need you to unmute.
Okay.
There you go.
So
we can see your screen.
Yes, all is good. I want to thank Don, especially for organizing this, and thank you to Nora for hosting us here in Sweden, and to NAV for their beautiful space here. So today I'm going to be talking to you about interspecies circularity of agency. And I'll tell you a little bit about how I've recently gotten into this question again, which is one of the oldest questions of philosophy and biology. But I'll try to give a little different biosemiotic take from other previous biosemiotic takes on this. So I see biosemiotics as a compatibilist solution to the free will determinism issue, right? So here's just a basic diagram of the differences between forms of incompatibilism and compatibilism. So in a physical universe, one without life, there's this notion that things are deterministic or determined. Now we can argue about how they're determined, whether this is, Aristotle's unmoved mover, or if this is sort of a non-local effect, right, an emergent determinism. But we are pretty sure that with the advent of life, at the latest, that there's this thing called free will, right? This is the basis, origins of semiotics, right? The question of interpretation, and with the question of interpretation, the question of things being able to go differently, right? And so if we have a physics deterministic world, but sort of, you could say, or highly determined world, however it may be, and a question of life bringing in free will. And again, this isn't anything goes like fraternity or sorority party free will, what John Stuart Mill would call license, but rather something more akin to actually a Kantian sort of autonomy. We have this compatible view that you can have sort of free will and the determinism at the same time. But I'm interested here, especially given our times, that we have this question of symbiosis and antibiosis. Now, antibiosis means an antagonistic association between two organisms, especially microorganisms, but it's a general term in which one is adversely affected. And being alive during our zeitgeist, I've been increasingly interested in antibiosis, or this is also alternatively been called dysbiosis. And I conjecture that we have this sort of Hegelian dialectic trap, where the more we try to assert our free will, our individualism, our autonomy, our independence from being part of a living world, and the more that we influence of other organisms from our own behavior, the more we are controlled by them in absentia. Now, of course, you'll hear echoes here of Terry's work in Incomplete Nature in using that term in absentia. But I'm very interested in this question of viruses as agents, as we're in the middle of still in the middle of a pandemic, where viruses are very prominent actors in our world. But how can we think of them not as some sort of philosophical object, but as part of a living process? So when we think about the coronavirus, do we think of human engineered gain of function escapees of a Wuhan lab? Do we think of the ability of zoonotic viruses to jump from bats or other mammals to humans? In so doing, how much agency do we grant to the virus itself? Do these different strains, for example, Delta, exist in reaction to us, just as super weeds develop when we try to kill them with Roundup, glyphosate, or antibiotic-resistant bacteria come into being when societies overprescribe antibiotics? This sort of foreground and background shift, which Michael Pollan looked at in Botany of Desire, and Yuval Harari has also talked about with the domestication of humans by wheat, I find to be very, not just charming or entertaining, but creating precisely this flip of background and foreground. And I'm interested in this presentation about discussing how we as through our actions, through our little bit of free will, which is, you could say, our own, right? How we create the soil for different agents, how we curate the environment for different organisms or groups of organisms, as usually the case is. And right now, since industrialization, we've been really focused on killing off our mutualists and commensalists. Whether that's the forests and ecosystems that sustain us, or if that's our oceans, seeing them as endless cesspools, to dump our sludge, and before long, which is already happened, this has left us with a disproportionate amount of parasites, you could say, despite our success in having clean cities, clean streets, all of this, or maybe despite of it. So I'm arguing that we need to regenerate the capacities for our biological allies instead of feeding the mutations such as cancer or infectious diseases such as various viruses, bacteria, protists, nematodes, etc., that threaten our stability and flourishing, and realize that all of these entities live in a ecosystem, and that, for example, viruses in certain bloodstreams will remain dormant because the blood is more alkaline, whereas in a more acidic environment, they will spring to life and into action. So I was compelled by some work of the ethnobotanist Stephen Harold Booner, who wrote a passage I'll share with you about this question of interspecies agency. And he writes, oddly enough, the insistence on the lab leak comes out of an understanding that nature can be controlled. It can't. That if it could, we would be safe, which we aren't. In other words, if the scientists had left well enough alone, none of this would have happened, the story goes. Or if they had practiced better protocols, it would not have happened. The thing is, pandemics are inevitable. There are simply too many of us, and there's too much natural and ecosystems are beginning to fail. This always allows pathogen emergence. In fact, it is a form of protection from ecosystem overload. We're just an animal like all the others. If we put too much pressure on ecological systems, we'll pay for it. It's not personal, just as gravity is not personal if we drop a rock on our toe. It's just the thing that things work here. Should scientists be messing about with genetically altering organisms on this planet? No, they should not. Pandemic-capable pathogens? No, they should not. It is part of the hubris of the rationalists and their scientific priests, the scientists, which are themselves part of the most successful of the Protestant sects, science. And here he writes, crucially, you have to consider the possibility that instead of us deciding to alter the organisms in the lab, that the organisms decided to be altered in a human lab and simply used scientists who believed in human control to do it for them. This, of course, insults core rationalist beliefs, but there's far more going on here than rationalists can accept. Earth is not as insentient as the rationalists and monotheists believe, nor are our companion species. Bacteria are some of the most intelligent species on this planet, so are viruses. And so there's this question, without, getting all the agency away from us so that we can then wash our hands of our involvement, there's an interchange that I think is really important for us to look at. And that's where the field of planetary health comes in. There is a journal called Planetary Health, which is a Lancet journal that talks about many of these issues. So I'm arguing that the coronavirus is a reflection of human activity in the world currently, or better yet, that industrial activity which has become globalized. For example, if air quality were better, we would have fewer cases and less transmission. If, for example, smoking, which was entirely invented by an industry to extract money, there was no commercial use of tobacco before it became colonized, we would have better health outcomes. And if obesity wasn't an issue, which has to do with the food industry and advertising, we would have less dysrhogistic pre-existing conditions. So all of these are human-made problems, and they have to do with what I call industrial pandemics. So we would not accept somebody to say, well, I spread germs all over town today, but I bought coronavirus offsets, so we're good, right? We have this notion that carbon credits, right, will solve us, right? These are dispensations, like indulgences, like from priests. And we see very clearly from the data that our air pollution is indeed a main factor in the transmission, especially long distance transmission of the coronavirus, right? Fine particulate matter of 2.5 millimeters, or not millimeters, micrometers or less, which is called PM 2.5. As well as sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, and ozone affect our airways through inhalation and exacerbate the susceptibility to and severity of respiratory virus infections. So we have created an umwelt that is very conducive to this and many other pathogenic viruses. And part of the problem is that we've been focusing on, a deus ex machina, where we don't have to really fundamentally change the underlying processes that brought this about, but instead just, provide sort of a personalized medicine approach, right, to try to sustain the unsustainable, as Ingolfur Bluthorn would say. And this iconic photo, which Rolling Stone called the photo of 2020, right? Here's a senior citizen center. They're just recovering from first wave of COVID, wear a mask, wash your hands, social distance, stay safe in California. And, the biggest wildfire that's ever happened occurs. So this is something that we have to deal with. My colleague at UCSF, Rupa Maria, she looks at how human health, soil health, climate, environmental health, and plant health are all harmed by synthetic pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers, right? That these affect pathways along each of these dimensions, and that they are not separate, but rather from a planetary health perspective, that we are dealing with a crisis that cannot be solved at a lower level of intervention, but one that requires upstream approaches. Already in 1962, Rachel Carson ironically wrote, or wrote Riley, "It is ironic to think that man might determine his own future by something so seemingly trivial as the sex." We know very well from Rockström et al., as well as Kate Rayworth's donut economics, that we are far beyond exceeding these capacities as a planet. And why I think planetary health can help us look at interspecies, because through the health framework, they're looking at delocalization of health, the butterfly effect, that our own health is only as good as that of our neighbors, and that Earth systems are the basis of all health, and that non-human beings, ecosystems, and human flourishing are intertwined. We know from an endosemiotic perspective that we have a gut microbiome and even a brain microbiome, where they're doing brain samples and finding a high level of microbial sequences which they were not expecting. And that's not just due to contamination, but reflect resident symbiont microbes. We know exosemiotically that we have cued agency, just as David Chalmers talks us about an iPhone being the extension of our body, right? An appendage, our external memory, just as Appia, Kwame Anthony Appia talks about that we are situationally cued, right? You put the same person in a different situation, they will have different outcomes. So we're not being puppeteered by anybody, but rather our interactions with our environment are supervening on our experience of that interaction. So I asked the question, what would reconciliative agency look like? What would it take to get beyond this very, I would say, toxic form of individualism, right? Where we aim to imagine, okay, that we got there ourselves without thousands and millions of people contributing, making our food, cleaning our toilets, building these things, and also providing the atmosphere, all the microbes that have created this atmosphere for us. So looking at holobiont or non-animal ontologies, I found to be very helpful. For example, we have, how do you say, plant or fungi models of ontology, which have been very useful to break out of this sort of individualistic mentality. We could also look at Alan Rayner's notions of degrees of freedom or semiotic freedom, and looking at our co-constitution in that way, or Danielle Allen's notion of shared sacrifice in her book, Talking to Strangers. Some of us might be aware of our cortical or sensory homunculus, right? That's how the brain maps on different sense organs, and how, for example, our hands occupy a huge part of our brain, whereas, say, our neck is barely a blip in our cortex. And I'm wondering if we also have an agental homunculus, right? Do we have a distorted scale of agency, right? Where the idea of I is this singular thing, just as, say, our lips and our tongue are a huge part of how our brain maps our body. Do non-humans have capacities for self-liberation? And how can we foster non-human self-liberation without it coming at the cost of human liberation? And we can ask, is interspecies liberation a zero-sum game? So finally, and I'm on my penultimate slide here, attending to others. So I conjecture that if we wish to better address unmet human needs, especially our quote unquote animal interspecies and ecological needs, then we must pay more attention to the meanings of other organisms which make us up, either biologically or ecologically, that's endosemiotically or exosemiotically. And that these biological others, from viruses and bacteria to plants, fungi, and animals, which form parts of our life, either in terms of contact dermally, in terms of our respiration, or imbibed, must be accounted for and better understood, not just managed. And finally, those of you who might be familiar with Rian Eisler's work, she talks about domination and partnership societies. There's this question of, with our co-constituents of our own agency, again, endosemiotically and exosemiotically, are we taking a domination approach of a singular I, or are we taking a more synesthetic approach of partnership, of being open to the moods of Heidegger, the feelings, right, of Merleau-Ponty, and many others who have directed us towards these reference points. So we need to have interventions in the world that do not cause more harm for our fellow symbionts on this planet. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So if you could stop share screen. Perfect. Great. So anyone who has questions, just put a hand up over in the chat. Looks like Tori's got one and Ludmila's got one. So Tori first, or no, that's a clap. Tori.
Hi. Thank you, Yogi. That was really great. I like your final picture. I think you probably don't mean seriously that the selfish virus any more than you would advocate for the selfish gene. And I just wanted to know, I mean, there's the big, debate whether or not viruses are really alive because they can't replicate on their own. To me, clearly they are artifacts of living organisms, and there's new evidence to that effect that they may have originated from exosomes. I don't know if you're involved in that conversation, but one new piece of evidence that's really interesting is there's a gene that's activated in neurons called the ARC gene, and it has a viral origin. And it triggers the production of an exosome that has a protein capsid that looks very much like a virus. And it's responsible for communicating to the other neurons to build long-term memory. So it's a communication device, and it's bringing, they believe it has RNA in it. And so it's bringing that information to other cells. So I just wanted to probably viruses are not alive, but they do look like tools that are created by organisms, by living cells.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that recent research. I'm still, viruses are a frontier for me. I know the work of Villarreal have been really interesting in bringing this awareness of sort of the viral origins of life. I know that a lot of Terry's work is also, when he's talking about the autogen, he's looking more or less at a virus model. And so if these questions of, what's like the minimal, what's minimal life, right? Is it a cell? Is it a virus? It's super interesting to look at the origins of life in that way, but obviously for viruses to have come from the exosome, I think that would be a very interesting alternative hypothesis, especially if they have this transport system, like you said, mimics neuron function.
Okay, we got a comment down in the chat from Robert Bohat. Maybe viruses could fall into the pre-living category mentioned by Jay Rose. I love the comparison, the theological metaphor of this carbon credits as priestly or clerical indulgences. I just love this, and it makes me think about what you said last night about Schmidt and about the political and the theological.
Okay, sorry.
If you wanted to say anything more about that, that'd be good. Also about the puppet master. I know this is a topic I bring up a lot with you, but about there being no hidden hands, but then some dark emergent force, or maybe even related to this cunning of reason that you were talking about before, if you wanted to say anything about that.
Sure, thanks, Tyler. I think there's a whole bunch of bundled questions here with, you could say constructive, right, to put it in that philosophical category. And we know that from a biosemiotic perspective, organisms construct niches and niches construct organisms, right? So you have this sort of looping effect. And as I wrote a couple, I am a fake loop paper looking at how symbolism and symbolic communication has this tendency to eclipse and to undermine the sort of semiotic grounding of the symbols itself. I think that part of acknowledging our interspecies agency is comes with not just an epistemic humility, but also a diversity or a neuroplasticity, which must transgress, not to transgress, but just to be free, right? So this is where I'm very interested in this question, interspecies agency and freedom. So this question of how we could possibly be more free. And that's what I'm arguing for, is that kurz gesagt, you could say Kant got it mostly right with freedom and autonomy, right? He said, it's sort of following this larger process or order. But I'm going to say we need a sort of a Kantian notion of freedom as autonomy, but as interspecies sort of process, so that fighting against the world, which has been the sort of dominant Enlightenment notion of freedom, where that I've achieved everything despite the world, right? So I'm constantly in opposition. That itself comes from a sort of refusal to look in the ways that I'm co-constituted, right? To get back to your question, there's this notion that I believe the more that we can honor our sort of endowment to the more than human world, both organismic and you could say abiotic, the more we're actually able to come from a place that doesn't assume sort of an outcome, a trajectory that's fixed.
Yep, totally. I see Philip's got his hand up.
Thank you, Yogi, for your presentation. I have just a quick question. So if we knew something more about ontology of viruses, bacteria, and so on, how would we treat the current pandemic differently in your eyes?
Thank you for that question. Well, we have viruses inside of us. We have bacteria, and without them we would die, right? So I think fundamentally we need to acknowledge that one of the things that we're doing is that we have been killing off, say, our gut microbiome, which is mutualistic to us or commensal, and we've been creating a vacuum. And of course, nature abhors a vacuum, and so it renders us weaker to parasitism. So I would say we need to, instead of focus on fighting or winning the war on drugs or the war on coronavirus or whatever the next war is. We instead need to do the Buckminster Fuller thing and create better alternatives. Right? We need to create healthier immune systems. We need to maybe shut down airports for a few months and let certain strains sort of peter out, and then not let any more emerge before we open back up international travel. I think that this would be something that, if we had a little bit more foresight, would work.
All right, we got a couple chats down in the chat box, but we got to move on to the next presentation. Our second presenter, so thank you, Yogi. Our second presenter for this session is Brian Khumalo. You with us, Brian?
Yes, I am. Thank
All
you
right.
for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. You ready to share screen? His presentation is called Ecosemiotics in Human Ecology, the Implications of Biosemiotics for Social Science.
All right. I'm hoping everyone can hear me and can see what's on my screen.
Yeah, we're good.
Thank you so much for having me. It's my first time here, and my battery is going to go. But so thank you very much. And I've been following biosemiotics for about a year, so this is quite cool. And today I put together a presentation called Ecosemiotics in Human Ecology, because I believe that ecosemiotics might have a overall framework that would bring some unity within my subdiscipline of human ecology. So perhaps do this. All right, so the content, I'll just have a brief opening. I'll go into the historical overview, and then I'll go into the more dense philosophy and science, I suppose. The historic overview will take more of a narrative structure, because I just find that that's easier for people to digest. So anthropology has its roots in the late 19th century, I suppose, and these are considered the founders of anthropology broadly. Now, anthropology has many different traditions, but I'd say the most prominent ones at present are the American tradition, the continental tradition, which has tended to be dominated by French and German work, although there's a lot of more interesting literature, and the what I call Commonwealth anthropology, at least, and that would be Britain and former as well as current Commonwealth nations, South Africa, Nigeria, India, Pakistan, Australia, etc., etc. And so there on my screen, we have some of the founding fathers, which is Edmund Taylor, Herbert Spencer, and Lewis Henry Morgan in order. The central ideas of a lot of these thinkers at the time were, I'd say, predicated on social Darwinism, or sort of proto-social Darwinism. It depends on who you're talking about. And social Darwinism has been argued, it's argued was distinctly Spencerian. Herbert Spencer, for example, introduced the concept of survival of the fittest. And social Darwinism was a paradigm of taxonomic classification that was predicated on the idea of progress. And so the idea was you were moving from one place to another, and it was directed. And on that basis, the ideas were implemented into anthropology, at least in its nascent form. And those took taxonomic classifications of people, and that was usually based off of phenotype, and bred anthropometrics as I guess a subdiscipline. It's kind of, it's a touchy topic, so it's kind of hard to classify what it is, as well as cultures. And we see this tendency to segment cultures and organize them in stages. So on the screen, I have, for example, primitive, barbarian, and civilization. And this was the terminology at the time.
Little repositioning going on. Hopefully he's reconnecting. It looked like his computer may have fallen down. It's just, let's give him a moment. He'll be right back, no doubt.
It's It's always during the talk this happens. Never happens otherwise.
It's very, very strong start. I'm sure he'll be right back. He's not in the participants list at the moment. We're giving him extra time though because he's new.
Yeah, if he has a problem getting on, we can go to Andrew and then have Brian come back later. We'll give him a few more minutes.
Yep.
Can somebody
I'll
email
try to
him?
contact him on the email.
Yeah.
Andrew, would you be willing to go on now? Our break room will be a little bit messed up, but that's okay. Andrew, would you be willing? Or Andrew's not here. All right.
I'd say we give Brian another 30 seconds, at least.
Sure. Or you know,
Can someone email?
Take this as I'll write to him. Take this as a discussion time about anything, I guess. Might as well be productive. I'll write to him. I need to close this computer though and open another one.
Well, I was keen for him to come back because nobody ever mentions Spencer amongst us. Weren't you?
Right, I was thinking about that too. The Decline of the West. It's such an enticing title, but then you get into the details and it becomes really.
Hi, hello.
Ah, great, you're
I'm
back.
so sorry about
It's
that.
fine.
Could I please continue?
Yep.
All right.
Share screen. Be sure to share screen and we'll just get right back on it.
Okay. Yes. As I was saying, so taxonomic classification and stages. Right, and then it was also invested in the colonial project. At the time, anthropologists would run to different societies, and the idea was to, expand participate in colonial expansion, which was actually proved to be quite challenging to modern anthropology as it reckoned with that issue. Anyway, so I would like to focus on the American tradition, if my train of thought. If everybody is still following my train of thought, the founder of American anthropology was a gentleman named Franz Boas, and there's an image of him. He got his PhD in physics from Kiel University in Germany, and he developed an interest in Native American peoples. And so he traveled to the United States, where he became a professor at Columbia University in New York. And he started the anthropology department there. Now, Boas was quite interesting because Boas rejected a lot of social Darwinian precepts, and he really moved anthropology away from taxonomic classification towards two specific approaches: historical particularism, which is the historical analysis of a culture or peoples within its own particular context, as well as cultural relativism, which is the idea that you interpret a culture of its own logic. On top of that, Boas had a conventional view of language, which will turn out to be quite important as the presentation goes on. He also did something that's unique to American anthropology, which was classify anthropology as a four-field discipline, and that would include cultural anthropology, biological anthropology, linguistics, and archaeology. The continental and Commonwealth traditions are slightly different in that they're more socioculturally heavy. That's kind of changing now, just because the way we're connected and people art and ideas spread. But there's still some distinction there that can be found. And human ecology comes from the American tradition. and it borrows from all of these four subcategories. Now, anthropology kind of had this period of reckoning, and it still is going through this period of reckoning where it's trying to at least segments of it are trying to establish themselves as legitimate science, and other segments are not warm to the idea of an anthropological science, so to speak. And human ecology has inherited a lot of that baggage from its parent discipline. At any rate, with POAS, the sort of Boasian move, we see in continental Europe, at least at the time, emergence of the atrocities of the 1930s and 40s, and social Darwinism becomes morally untenable, as well as refuted heavily by Boasian anthropology, but other thinkers of the time. And I'm not sure if it's every university in certain parts of continental Europe, but it was banned. So what happened was the loss of a framework by which we could understand anthropological information, anthropological data, anthropological findings. And this is where structuralism comes into place, because structuralism was born from Claude Lévi-Strauss, who was a French anthropologist, and he had attended I believe it's Jacobson's lecture in the US, and that lecture had been broken into two parts. The first part, broadly speaking, was Sassurian, and the second one was, broadly speaking, Persian. And he was very taken by the first part of the lecture, and from that he developed structuralism. Now, structuralism is based off of Sassurian semiology, and its central theses are that there's a species-specific continuity, although he wouldn't have used those terms, and that culture was a projection of human, sort of the underlying human cognition. And he believed that culture could be broken down into structural components that were reminiscent of morphemes or phonemes. And that if that was done, you could then compare your phonemes and morphemes to see cross-cultural patterns. And because of that, he believed that cross-cultural study was not only possible, but that it was crucial. Perhaps universal would be a contentious word, but you could say for human patterns, you could use universals if you wish. And as that period of socio-political strife went on, he was exiled as a Jewish man to the United States, where he encountered Boas. In fact, if I remember correctly, Boas passed away in his arms, and his thinking was influenced by Boasian historical particularism and cultural relativism, as well as the other way around. And this allowed structuralism to flourish both in Europe and America, and particularly the sort of the Commonwealth region really took structuralism as a paradigm. Not every anthropologist was happy with this Boasian structuralist viewpoint, and I'd say the most prominent was the gentleman on the screen, Leslie White, who founded the department at the University of Michigan. And he, as long as with his compatriots, that Boasian anthropology, as well as structuralism, insofar as it agreed with Boasian components, jeopardized a scientific anthropology. Leslie White was influenced by Tyler Morgan, who I've spoken about previously, as well as Charles Darwin. So we see a move away from Spencer here to Darwin, and this is important because Darwinian evolution or Darwinian theory was argued to have no progress linked to it. So that sort of undermined the evolutionary, the social evolution, the social Darwinian perspective, and Leslie White that made it more amenable to modern at his time, modern study of people. And he developed something called multilinear evolution, which was based off of energy consumption. And his idea was that society was stratified along three strata: the technological, societal organization itself, and the ideology, or social organization rather. And that the logical component was the locale of interaction with the environment, and that societies that were able to harness largest amount of energy as well as use it would progress, so to speak, at a rate that was different to other societies. And I wouldn't consider Leslie White a human ecologist just yet, because he wasn't really ecological in his thinking. But he is a proto-ecologist whose ideas went on to influence this gentleman right here, Julian Stewart. And Julian Stewart is, you know, he was a Boasian by training, but I would say that he is considered, and I consider him the intellectual descendant of White, because what he did was he took White's ideas and he developed them further into multilinear evolution. Now, White's evolution was very unilinear. There was a very strong focus on energy consumption. Here we see a shift towards the idea that there are many other components that a society could harness in order to, and it wasn't just energy consumption that was the locale or the focus of, or should be the focus of sociological study. And from there we see the shift into cultural ecology. And human ecology, human ecology is interesting, or cultural ecology is interesting, because it was really, from what I can tell, the first time in anthropology that there was a specific insistence that the environment and culture were things that interacted, and that the imposition of human culture on the ecology was met by an ecological imposition on culture, and was a sort of a bidirectional development that happened. So these are some other points of Stewart's thinking and cultural ecology. But for time's sake, I think I'll move on. There's an internal critique of Stewart's perspective, which came from primarily Marvin Harris. And while he appreciated the multilinear focus of Stewart, he also believed that it was too broad. So he, being influenced by Karl Marx, and specifically the sociology of Karl Marx, produced something called cultural materialism, which was an adaptation of historical materialism. And he introduced something called infrastructural determinism. Right, infrastructural determinism is very important, because what infrastructural determinism means is that the material conditions affect else. It affects the social conditioning as well as the ideology. This was around the 70s. But then I would say that from the 70s onward, while people were responsive to the ideas of Harris, a lot of cultural ecologists felt that his idea, the infrastructural determinism, was not well situated as a theory, because especially anthropologists recognized that a lot of people's ideas actually influenced the way that the environment was changed. And so we see a move to social ecological systems. And here there are a variety of subject matter that are studied. For example, optimal foraging theory, which would be a cost-benefit analysis of caloric intake versus energy expenditure in finding patches, so areas where you find food, for example. Tenure systems is another area, and urbanization and resilience. So those are some theorists. Post-structuralist challenge happens in the 70s simultaneously as people as ecologists are reckoning with anthropology, with cultural materialism in specifically. And structuralist critique was based off of structuralism. And the reason why it's important is because on the very same grounds, the neo-evolutionary project was criticized. The idea was you couldn't really compare cultures. And the reason you couldn't compare cultures is because of this Saussurean insistence, or the Saussurean view, the chaotic model, which was you had a signifier and a signified, but you have an ontological anchor. And reflexivity in anthropology was influenced by structuralist thought, by post-structuralist thought, and it was the idea that a lot of the theories produced in anthropology were an imposition by anthropologists on their people, or the people that were studying rather. And so there needed to be a turn there for anthropologists to understand their functionality, which is the technical term. Now, I think I'll come here. I believe that ecosemiotics, as a product of both Saussurean as well as Peircean thinking, would unite kind of views with anthropology, because I believe that human ecology is fractionated into one part that believes that the general neo-evolutionary and structuralist project, which is there are continuities between human beings. There is such a thing as human universals, and they can be studied. And then the other part of human ecology, which says that such research is not possible, and it often includes another critique, which is you as an outside anthropologist, do not have the internal access to understand how it is the culture has developed, or why the peoples in that culture have developed as they have in terms of ideas. I think that ecosemiotics, to come right here, allows for, this is, I took this from the Cultural Implications of Biosemiotics by Paul Cobley. I believe that ecosemiotics allows the two parts of human ecology to speak to each other by dissolving the individual versus collective divide, the agent versus the subject divide, the verbal versus the non-verbal, non-human, human, matter, mind, living, nature, and culture. I believe that the product of this resolution comes directly from the Peircean object, the existence of an object, the triadic model, because what it is that it anchors the signifying system to an ontological reality that is external social reference, which would be postmodern critique. There's nothing outside of the social. Now, Popper, very last point I want to make. The reason why I put Popper on here is because Popper developed something called the three worlds model. And the three worlds model is this right here. And I'd say that it stands in opposition to the infrastructural determinism of Marvin Harris and other aspects of human ecology. And the reason why it's important is because it facilitates a directional communication between the world of abstract, the world of physical of objects, the world of abstraction, which is world 3, the world of external objective intersubjective world, which is world 1, and then world 2, which is slightly different for cultural materialism, it would be social institutions, but for Popper's second world, it would be the human psyche. I believe that you could probably resolve that by saying social institutions are composites of people and individual psyches constrained by custom and culture. And so that probably melds well together in the final analysis. Now, if you look at to the right, you'll notice that there are no arrows going directly from world 3 to world 1. The reason for that is Popper believed that the human institution, the social institution / human psyche acted as an intermediary between those two worlds, and any conversation that happened between them, so to speak, conversation, was mediated by human beings. Very anthropocentric model, the reason being he was concerned with human society. And I believe integrating a Peircean view into this model and then applying that to ecological study helps to avoid some of the pitfalls of neo-evolutionary thinking, which can go too far into the sort of unidirectional side of things, whereas the other side, the more structuralist one, can go too far into political subjectivity and social constructionism. Thank you all.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. If you can stop sharing screen.
I'm not sure how to
up top,
stop
up
sharing
top.
screen.
Up top.
Voila.
Yeah, thank you very much. So if we have any questions, just throw a hand up in the chat section. Looks like Peter has a question, but you'll have to unmute, Peter. Yep.
Okay. You come from Rhodes University, right?
I do.
Right. Now you missed out the contribution of Rhodes University and all that, which is that the start of social network analysis began at Rhodes University. In fact, I was a student there at the time, and I and I was doing my degrees on social networks in 1958, before anybody else had heard of it, in anthropology. Now, that's a very important post-structural idea, which of course is growing and growing, and antipathy is now beginning to edge in to social networks. And I think it had a very strong push towards understanding interact and information together in either a cybernetic or non-cybernetic way. So I think you should be investigating that. You're there. Take this as a huge theme and go with it.
Right. Well, thank you very much. I plan on doing that. I'd heard in really we say I'm a him. I don't know how to translate that. I kind of heard discussions about that before, but I don't know if perhaps anthropology by the time I started studies there had veered quite far into I don't know. It was more literary study. So there wasn't when I studied at Rhodes, and I still am in my undergrad, there wasn't a lot of emphasis on sort of social cybernetics and that side of theory. And so I came up really not knowing much of the tradition of anthropology and Rhodes's contribution simply because it hadn't been emphasized. Thank you for that, and I definitely will look into it.
Well, the thing that Philip Mayer, who was the person who did this, introduced this idea of social network, was the position of the class of people, really right outside his store in Grahamstown, putting this pressure, are they going to westernize or are they going to maintain a traditional order? And the social networks that generated around that,
Okay.
It's still a very strong theme, I think, because you have within social networks now generation of social orders, such as you're having in the United States between Republicans and Democrats.
Right.
It's a vast scheme.
Oh,
excellent. Thanks for the question, Peter. Tori, you have your hand up.
Yeah, hi, thank you for the talk. I have two comments. So I'm very interested in structuralism and, you know, like, especially the Russians, morphology, folktale. And I think sometimes we do get into the structuralism, Tyler, from time to time, but maybe not as much as we could, because I think it's a really rich area. And I was wondering what you think, you know, the problem that most people have with structuralism, or the reason why it was abandoned at some point, is because it's the idea that the idea of universals are predetermined, but I think we would all agree that they're emergent universals.
Right.
They're, so that sort of solves any kind of problem that you may have had with that. I just wanted to get your take on it. And I'm very interested in this idea of infrastructure materialism. I've not encountered that before. It reminds me of Hofmeier's semiotic scaffolding, where you have these kind of habits of culture that become materialized and then passed on to. So I'll just leave you on that if you want.
Well, on the first bit about structuralism, well, I think that has been a sort of a place where anthropology has veered slightly, because I do think that a lot of what we see in society is emergent. They're emergent properties from people's interactions with physical constraints. And I was reading the work of Terence Deacon, who, you know, there's a lot he's written, so I've only begun to scratch the surface, but he emphasizes this notion that it might be that there's semiotic constraints that lead to a certain kind of development that are neither biological nor cultural. They're a class of their own. And so I suppose that, you know, insofar as there's an emergent property in that regard, then it could come from semiotic constraints that perhaps people on this call would understand better than I do. on the second point, oh yes, infrastructural determinism. Well, perhaps with Marvin Harris more specifically, that wouldn't be the case because there is no cultural crystallization, so to speak, that influences the bottom layers. It's all one way up, infrastructure to structure, which is social institutions, structure to superstructure. Now, perhaps if you sat with Harris, you would have said there would have been more leeway, but it seems to me that ecology that develops is the product of the underlying material conditions, and the idea that the world of superstructure can somehow veer from the material conditions in a way that can then be imposed and change those material conditions. I think it was a later, it's implicit by, so for example, because of time, I didn't mention that the current paradigm is socio-ecological systems. The socio-ecological systems tend to be more bidirectional in their view, but I've never seen a citation of Popper, for example. But they recognize that ideas can exist on their own in free flow and then change the material conditions. And so that might be one place.
All right, thanks, Brian. And we'll have to move on to our final speaker of the session, Andrew Creighton, whose presentation is called Extravaganzas, Simulations, and Intersubjectivity, a Sociological and Zoosemiotic Perspective. So take it away, Andrew. Feel free to share screen.
Thank you, Tyler. So if I may, while I'm trying to share the screen, thank you to the organizers and the presenters. It has been really quite interesting and fulfilling event. And so I hope you can all see this. And so today I'll be talking about, again, extravaganzas, simulations, and intersubjectivity, specifically focusing specifically on non-human animals and specifically dolphins. So just quickly, the structure of my thesis, I will first present my aim, thesis statement, topic. I will discuss the three perspectives I'll be using, enchantment, McDonaldization, and umwelts. And then I will go on to an application of these perspectives before concluding. So what I hope to do here is examine how McDonaldized systems make use of non-human animals and enchantment to entice consumers into consumption. And as I said already, I'll be focusing specifically on dolphin shows. And a lot of this research largely comes from the works of George Witzer and literature on dolphins in captivity, and also the works of Larry Marino. And so I am mainly arguing that simulations of intersubjectivity, as well as the use of extravaganzas, anthropomorphism, and the deprivation of non-human animal stimuli are used to enchant establishments and encourage consumerism. So for the first perspective, enchantment, I'll be using George Witzer's conceptualization of this, and he draws quite heavily from Max Weber, Jean Baudrillard, Guy Debord, and Karl Marx. And mainly he uses this term to distinguish a means to disguise consumption, production, formal rationalization, and the irrational rationalities that result from these systems. So basically the unintended consequences of these systems. And enchantment itself, it can be a very broad concept. Generally, you can consider it as branding, but also the structures and processes of consumption, formal rationalization themselves, or the products associated with them. And this can really encompass several concepts, such as gender identity, sense of security, sense of wonderment, really anything that can be considered a need or a want for a group of people. And, oh, excuse me. So I'll be focusing on two key concepts of enchantment. The first is extravaganza, and this is quite heavily related to the Boer's spectacle. And Ritzer uses the concept of spectacle quite idiosyncratically, as he almost uses it synonymously with the concept of enchantment. But he also uses it in sort of an idealized type as a way to distinguish a spectacle that has not been created by human interference. So for instance, the Grand Canyon could arguably be considered a spectacle according to Ritzer because it was constructed without human interference, but along this idealized types, you have the extravaganza, which is a completely structured and created spectacle. And so, for instance, well, of course, the Grand Canyon itself was not structured by human intervention. The cultural interpretations, the advertising, the association of it with national parks, this is structured, of course, by human. And so you can see this is not entirely a spectacle in this case in Ritzer's concept. Ritzer also differentiates extravaganza from the spectacle in this, in that the spectacle is sort of inherently alienating. And while it is, of course, according to the board, alienating but also very enticing, Ritzer argues that this is not always the case. And the spectacle can, at least from the consumer or the viewer's perspective, feel extremely fulfilling and yes, fulfilling is a good word, I suppose. And also it entails a sense of interaction, which the board was not quite specific on. The spectacle, according to the board, did not really, it was very much a one-way process where the audience were very much receiving and not in communication with or dialogue with the medium. And the second concept we're using is, again, quite similar. Ritzer pulls this from Jean Baudrillard, and it is, of course, a simulation, although he somewhat simplifies this to mean an extravaganza or spectacle that blurs the lines between reality and fiction. And so the second concept is McDonaldization. Again, this comes from Max Weber, and it is mainly just a contemporization. It comes from George Ritzer, but it is mainly a contemporization of Max Weber's formal rationalization. It is generally applied to consumerism studies. However, it can be really applied to any system or organization that retains a means to end goal achievements governed by strict regulations, that exhibits calculability, control, efficiency, and predictability. And it's important to note that this is not sort of a black or white phenomenon. The McDonaldization happens in degrees. So one system can be much more McDonaldized or formal rationalized than another system. And perhaps what is most important about this concept is this irrational rationalities. As I have already said, it is in a sense the unintended consequences of a system, but it's to be more specific, it can relate to things like alienation, anomie, environmental destruction, or in perhaps the most formalized cases, go on to negate the very characteristics that categorize a McDonaldization. So in a sense, control that is so controlled that it negates the control of the system. I hope that is not too roundabout. And I feel I do not necessarily have to explain this so much, but the third perspective I'll be looking at is umwelts. And of course, according to Uxkol, it models non-human animals as subjective beings, or I would say life more generally. They experience their environment through corporeality, perceptual, affective organs, and cues, and also relating more to umwelt mapping. They studying the social environmental considerations of these non-human animals will allow for somewhat of a hypothesis of the entity's experience, or model, which according to Martinelli could be argued as sort of a partial emic view of the non-human animal. So when these perspectives are put together, excuse me, I just need to move this window. They allow for an understanding of non-human animals in enchanted and McDonaldized systems, especially from the views of consumption, the non-human animal corporeality, and the environmental leads. And this, again, allows for a comparison, which in turn could be considered a partial emic perspective to be positioned within the understandings of McDonaldization and enchantment. So what I mean here is that from reading Ritzer, you will notice he does take non-human animals into consideration. However, they are also often positioned as being a part of a McDonaldized system or a part of enchantment, and not subjects within these systems. So taking umwelt within this perspective not only allows for a more focus on non-human animals, but I would say it elevates the normative aspects of Ritzer's theories, as it allows for, again, a better understanding of how these non-human animals may experience these systems. So I will now turn to try to exemplification of these perspectives, excuse me. And so, as you can see here, I will first discuss extravaganzas, McDonaldization, with the example of Siegfried and Roy's Secret Garden and Dolphin Habitat, which is part of the Mirage Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. And so this casino itself, it is quite McDonaldized system. You have controls, security, those buildings are structured a certain way to facilitate consumers. And the same can be said with this garden. As you can see, you must pay 25 American dollars to get a ticket. There's only so much interaction allowed with these non-human animals. And of course, they are very much controlled through fences, trainers, so on. The systems are actually quite efficient, as well as this attachment of the Secret Garden and Dolphin Habitats to the Mirage Casino allows for a sort of familiarization of casinos. So it's in a sense merges more adult entertainment associated with casinos, alcohol, and more family entertainment associated with, of course, experiencing, viewing these animals. So this allows for the casino to not only negate this view of itself as a sort of vice, capital of vice, but also enchants addiction itself. So it again negates this addiction, where it is much more complex. It is not just a casino, it is also a zoo where you can experience very charismatic animals. As you can see, it is best known for white tigers, white lions, and bottle-nosed dolphins. And the dolphins are especially important here, as because they, at least seemingly so, allow for intersubjective experiences. And what I mean by this is that consumers are able to swim with them, pet them, in a sense, communicate with them through touch, bonding, sight. But even more somewhat interesting is they are also able to paint with the dolphins, and the dolphins will use the paintbrush in the mouth and paint pictures with consumers. So you see, it is in a sense creating a sort of intersubjective bond, at least from the perspective of the consumer. However, when you take a more Umweltian perspective, you can see, especially from perceptual affective cues and organs, these environments within captivity are extremely under-stimulating for the dolphins. I believe it was Marino who said that if you wanted to make an environment that was as stimulating for a dolphin as in the ocean, it would really negate the entire reason for having a dolphin show, because it would be so expensive that it would just not be feasible from a business perspective. And as this has also been compared to solitary confinement. And of course, a dolphin is in its natural habitat. It has evolved to experience an ocean life with a multitude of other non-human animals, plants, wave currents within the ocean, and so on. And of course, large amounts of space. So you can see that these containment centers are not able to stimulate these dolphins in that way, and it is quite damaging for the psyche. But also there's more physical aspects. The chemicals within these tanks may cause breathing issues or even skin issues. And dolphins have been noted as jumping out of their tanks and landing on cement, causing injury or even death for the dolphins. But also there's also a social need for dolphins. They tend to live in very complex relationships and interact intergenerationally. And for instance, you can say a grandmother dolphin will care for children within their groups. And so they tend to have different roles within their social groups. And so again, just having one or two, or maybe even 10 dolphins within a tank, it is not going to be sufficient to fulfill the social needs of these non-human animals. And Marino mentions quite interestingly that dolphins are able to make analogies between themselves and us. So in a sense, what she means by here is that they are able to see us in a sense as company, as, and of course, I'm anthropomorphizing a bit here, but able to see us as things that they can interact with. Yes. So when you take these extravaganza within the context of umwelt, it really, I think, reveals the simulation within this McDonald's system and enchantment that this entails. As intersubjectivity here is very much, again, simulated. It is one way in that the consumer has a very picturesque understanding of their interactions with these dolphins. They may again see it as intersubjective. They're interacting, painting, petting, so on. They may feel they are bonding with them, and this may actually be true. However, this intersubjectivity is not based on mutual understanding, thank you, Tyler, but on coercion and isolation. So these dolphins are in a sense forced into these relationships or bonding. Again, these dolphins are often also anthropomorphized. So this again makes this illusion of or simulation of intersubjectivity, where we may see human activity within the dolphins that is not there. Again, painting, trainers may have the dolphins kiss members of the audience or other trainers, and they're also portrayed as being playful. But again, this jumping through hoops here may not necessarily be an activity of fun, but an activity associated with the simulated animal. And Witzer, again, this concept comes from George Witzer. But however, he defines it more on the concept of simulated person. However, I think it is still, in a sense, quite a good concept, as it dictates a non-human animal, usually in captivity and trained to perform uniformed behavior that makes it easily controlled, and it's not necessarily seen in the environment. So again, these behaviors in many of these instances of the dolphins are not necessarily that you would find in most members of these species, but it is very much a simulation. So concluding, dolphin shows make use of extravaganzas by allowing interactions with charismatic non-human animals, and they use simulations through anthropomorphizing and simulating dolphins, as well as which in turn simulates intersubjectivity between consumers and dolphins. And this is further enforced through the deprivation of stimuli and umwelt needs. And this is to create enchantment and to better facilitate consumption. So thank you, and my references.
Very nice, thank you, Andrew. If you can stop sharing screen. All right. So if you have any questions, just throw a hand up over in the participants bar. But I got more from your talk this time than from the last talk. I finally made the connection here between the umwelt study and extravaganza for sociology. But I see that Tori has another question. Tori?
Go ahead, Tyler, if you want to finish that. Or
I just wanted to say that I didn't get, when I saw you talk last time, I just didn't get the connection between the umwelt theory or the biosemiotics and the sociological theory, because you didn't put as much emphasis on extravaganza. Mm-hmm. And how simulation informs the study of the extravaganza, which is the animal show. But now I get it completely. So,
sorry, Tori, if I may just say quickly. Yes, Tyler, you're right. And I was a little bit worried about this presentation that maybe this change of focus on extravaganza and simulation would confuse it. But thank you. I appreciate that.
It clarified it quite a bit, I think. Actually.
Yes, thank you. And please, Tori.
Thank you. Thank you for the talk. You mentioned a number of times, consumer, the McDonaldization is, addiction and addictive behavior. I wonder if you could talk about that in terms of Peircean habit. I mean, addictions are habits, and there must be some sort of pathological semiosis going on, which makes that habit so robust. And so I was wondering if you could look at, the structures between, the animals and their keepers. And I was also wondering if there isn't some sort of Stockholm syndrome not going on with the dolphins, who are, sort of codependent in this addictive, unhealthy behavior and situation.
So I will confess I'm not the most versed in Peirce, especially his work on habits. But I will take that as a note that I should become more versed in his work. And I have not thought about this comparing this captivity of dolphins to Stockholm syndrome, but I think it could be quite good description of their excuse me, I was reading the comments of their situation, and okay, I hope that answers somewhat.
It looks like Philip's got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, I had a bit of discussion. Gregory Bateson worked actually with a couple of these dolphin shows. Right after he worked with the mental hospital system in California, and I could tell that he, could see the similarities, although I don't know that he put them forward in any particular place. But it was interesting from the point of view of an emic approach that in two instances he was trying to look at things from a dolphin's point of view. And especially he noticed that in these shows, they took a behaviorist approach where they purported with this audience to simulate the process of teaching new things to the dolphin. And the paradox there, to very Batesonian paradox as he recognized immediately, is that they would be teaching the same new thing to the same dolphin over and over the course of a day. And this actually prompted one of the most famous experiments. He barely ever did experiments, but this was a kind of famous experiment which ended up proving that the dolphins could learn the abstraction of producing something new for the trainer. And that would be second order learning rather than first order learning, because the dolphin had to understand at the level of newness. So that in fact the dolphin was learning, at this very, very high level. And another example dealing with experimentation, which is its own simulation, they found that the dolphins got, at least in Gregory Bateson's interpretation, bored and made a certain sound, and then, and that interfered with the experimental results. And he asked the sort of graduate students involved in the experiment, well, what did you record what this sound was? Oh no, we didn't, it wasn't part of the experiment. And then Gregory Bateson said, well, now we don't know what the dolphin is for fuck you. So there is definitely a subjectivity that from a naturalistic perspective, even for what was going on in these environments. But he ended up, I think, not working with Lilly because of the conditions at that particular, experimental apparatus, and this whole complex of experiment and extravaganza was certainly something that, he felt a lot of ambivalence toward, while using it to build theory, as he always did. So okay. I just wanted to say all that.
No, thank you. I think these are very helpful comments, and I think they will help me draw this out a little bit better. So thank you.
Amelia's got a nice comment down in the chat. I don't know if Amelia, you'd like to read it out. That would be nice. If not, I guess I can read it. Are you with us, Amelia?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey.
I do have a bit of a background in animal training. I took a detour through behaviorism. It was interesting. I didn't stay there. But I do know some of the common training methods that are being used today. And one of the really, really commercially popular ones is clicker training. And it's kind of an iterative process. I don't know whether anyone's familiar with it, but you have a device known as a clicker. Some trainers can use their voice, like you'd give what they term a reward marker. So just say yes or make some kind of noise. And so you hold the reward, and usually in the form of food reward. and you shape a behavior. So you wait for an animal to perform a particular behavior or just a minute part of the behavior you want. And when you've got it, you click to mark it and then reward it. It is massive in companion animal behavior. It's being used to manage zoo animals. So if you need to get medical treatment to them. So there are some possibly positive-ish aspects to it, but it's become a phenomenon in its own right. So there's Clicker Expo, which is like a conference devoted to it. There are companies that sell the clickers and the training treat pouches and the training treats. And it really, really has taken off as, from my perspective, a method of communicating with them. So these animals are not given any guidance at all. And when you're trained to clicker train, they put you as the subject being trained, and I hate it. I mean, you're given no guidance whatsoever. So you literally have to just keep trying various behaviors until you hit what somebody wants without any guidance, no communication, nothing. And at that point you get a click and a reward. And these animals will just have food chucked at them. The marine ones, they'll just have a bucket of fish and they'll just lob it. And okay, yeah, you could argue both ways on this. There are possibly some positive aspects to it. But I think it's one of those really dangerous things where if you over rely on it, particularly when these marine mammals, I think it started with the SeaWorld franchise, because they brought like the orcas in and they had no means of controlling these huge animals in captivity. You couldn't use the sort of fear base for like you do with a horse, the chifney bits and things like that. And so from what I can gather, it took off from there and just spread out. And I don't know whether you've watched, anyone's watched Blackfish documentary about the orcas. I think that's been on Netflix, but it was about the orcas that were brought into the original, like the SeaWorld franchises. And my take on this is these animals do just get stuck on reward schedules and trying to please people, and they're just constantly looking at what they have to do next to get a reward. It kind of obliterates their own autonomy, thought processes. I'm not big on it. I can see its benefits and I have used it. The argument is it's better than fear-based training methods like you still see a lot of in equestrian sports. I think it's one of those debatable things. I don't know.
Well, it so happens that the inventor of this clicker training was involved at the same time with Gregory Bateson, and I'm blacking out on her name, but it's very interesting because she was a disciple of B.F. Skinner and behaviorism. And she went and did films at the B.F. Skinner headquarters. And what Gregory Bateson noticed when Karen Pryor, exactly. Thank you.
I know, yeah, I've heard of Karen.
Yeah.
Karen Pryor.
And so they, with the pigeons, they were training pigeons, and Gregory Bateson immediately noticed that they were only allowing these certain graduate students, mostly women, to handle the pigeons, and anyone else who was a graduate student who wanted an experiment were not allowed to interact at all with these pigeons. And he said, well, you know, that's love, and that is not part of the theoretical apparatus of behaviorism, but it's totally necessary. So he was always looking at the factors that weren't explained by behaviorism at all. And he thought it was a very limited and inhumane perspective, but at the same time, you know, used it analytically to build theory from time to time. But yeah, that's a direct lineage from Karen Pryor, and they were friends, but he would not recommend it because he did not like that approach.
I think it's a minute little tool that you can have in your toolkit for very, very specific situations, but I find it absolutely remarkable that these people want to develop a relationship with their companion animals, and then the primary means of communicating with them is this binary yes, no. And to me, semiotically, what they're signaling really is control. So
Yeah.
in this binary choice, but what are you actually signaling to them? And to me, it's control. It's a debatable one, but that to me, I think you're signaling I've got the resources and I'm in control, and you're going to toe the line. And I'm wary of it. But
yeah. Yeah, I think we can continue this discussion in the breakout rooms, but I'll turn it over to Don.
Thank you.
Okay, I will set up the rooms. If anyone cannot get in, I'll stay here and I'll put you in. Ludmila, will you set the timer for 11 minutes, and then we'll be back on schedule. Very good sessions as always. Okay, here's your breakout room. Let me delete the old one and start a new one. And everyone who wants to go in can go in. It's yours. Okay, anyone else want to go in who's not in? Or may I go see a man about a dog, as we used to say? All right, then. I'll be back in a minute. Or Tyler, you're a co-host. You know how to assign people in, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Back in a minute.
Yep. Lots of fun.
Great job.
Thank you.
That was hard one.
Yeah. Some issues, yeah.
You were perfect.
Thanks. Yogi's presentation was cool, as usual.
Hi, I'm just checking if it's okay. Can you hear me?
Yep, hear you just fine. How are you doing?
Perfect, thank you. I'll just stop the video as well for a second, so I'm sure it's okay.
Yep. Looks fine.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks a lot. So I'll zoom in about 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just we're on camera. Nice. Whoops.
Want a coffee or something?
Yes. Thank you.
Black coffee?
Yes. Nice work. Excellent work, as usual. Of course. I love the theological comparison. Political theological. I remember it from Schmidt too. We read it in a course called Semiotics of Ideology. I took it on my master's. Andreas Spencer. He does like political philosophy. Semiotics of political philosophy. Yeah. Schmidt's good.
Yeah.
So everything here for the pasta?
I think so. Setting up like this big old thing. But
We can just order some food or
yeah.
have someone. It was very good.
Nutmeg, yeah, lunch was great. Nutmeg is telling my partner that not so far from here, but I think we would need transportation point one or another. There's this amazing lunch place. I think it closes at 5, but maybe for tomorrow or whenever.
I would prefer tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. No, but it's like a Ecology, which is like coffee and like sweets, like pastries,
I'm sure it's delicious. Almost all the food I've had here so far.
Solid food, you said?
Almost all the food I've had here. Yeah, me too. As I said.
We are going to have a swim at beach. Like when the session ends, and there is 1 hour break, so I think it's perfect.
Yeah. Cool. I'm down. Like questions.
Tyler.
Yo, Josh.
Can you show us your compatriots there so we can live vicariously through you guys? Like a shout out to all of you guys over there in Sweden. Oh, is that Ludmila and Yogi?
Yeah, that's Ludmila and Yogi. Yeah.
He sent a picture. Tyler, hold on. I'll upload the picture there, Josh.
Yeah, put on the picture again. Yeah. It's a good picture from last night.
You're going to wish you were there. I know.
I know. I already was. Even just breakfast there, whatever you, or I don't know, you guys having afternoon tea.
So we had some amazing
I need
Thai.
to send it to you directly. Hold on.
We had some amazing Thai food earlier delivered. Unbelievable. Some of the best Thai food I've ever had.
Thai food in Switzerland, in Sweden?
Yep. Yeah, yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah,
As a Southeast Asian, I can't really go for that, but that's all right.
Are you guys, Tyler, are you in the hotel right now? Is that in the hotel?
No, this is Nav.
Oh, right.
I was in my hotel yesterday, but this is Nav.
Okay, nice. Wow, they have quite the compound.
It's nice here, yeah. It's really cool. This is where the music's going to be happening in about in 2 hours, I guess.
Nice.
That's great. That's great, Tyler.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
What, Don? What's a? I don't know if I can open this.
Yeah, it works like a JPEG. I don't know. That's how Zoom downloaded it for me. I don't know why.
Okay.
Can you open it?
Oh, there it is. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's so awesome. Oh, Johanna's there. Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that
would have been good. Would have been good.
Oh,
It'll still be
man.
good.
Oh man. That's great. I'm so glad you guys are there though. Someone's there.
Well, I've been thinking about what it'd be like if we had the whole crowd in here. It'd be a party. That's what it would be.
Yeah. We'd solve everything.
Yes, all the world's problems. Yes. So it looks like everyone's about to come back.
Yeah, it's coming in now. Just 4 more people to come in. Okay, they can join in when they want. All right, everyone, welcome back to our 3rd session of the 2nd day. This is all the sessions have been really good. I'm very happy to be chairing this one. Don't know how that happened. I had an in with the organizers. Okay, so our first talk, which I'm happy to introduce, is Andres Kurismaa, and his name of his talk is From Parabiosis to Hormesis, Bridging Experimental Models and Semiotic Theory. Okay, so get ready for a deep session. Andres, I give it to you.
Thank you very much, Don, and thank you for having me on. I'm now trying to get my presentation first full screen. Just a second. So can you see it?
Yes, it is right there. You might want to go full screen. Perfect. You're in.
So in this talk, I'll be looking at 2 theoretical frameworks. One of them is quite old, but I think it's still quite interesting. This is the theory of parabiosis that was extensively studied in Russia during the 20th century. And the other one is hormesis, which is also not a new one, but it's a framework which has become increasingly influential in biology, especially in certain fields of, let's say, biomedical research and toxicology, but also more widely. So I'm going to discuss the interrelations of these 2 approaches and wonder if or how we can connect this to semiotics. So I think we can all agree with some problems that are relevant for semiotic biology and what this approach in most general terms pertains to when we talk about relational and contextual or qualitative modeling as being relevant for this discipline. And also, of course, more sort of complex issues tied to questions of anticipation, recognition, normativity, agency, etc. And I'm not really going into these quite complex issues, but I will be talking about some questions which I think will pertain to, for example, the roles of history and especially co-plurality or multiple determination in biological systems, and which might have to do with their sort of mutual interactions, if not non-translatability. And the question is, how can we look at them in operational frameworks in terms that would sort of either be heuristic or empirical or experimental? And I think a possible focus here is on the interaction of specific and non-specific reaction types. And this could be very important and interesting to understand better from a semiotic perspective, because these non-specific reaction types, I think, are quite relevant for understanding problems of scaffolding or semantic entailments, relational modeling, and other problems that have been quite extensively discussed in biosemiotics and relational biology, for example. So, of course, this non-specific reaction, what does it mean and what it entails? This is a very vast subject, so I'll boil this just down to these two approaches that I mentioned previously. And indeed, the non-specificity of reactions is quite centrally featured in both of these paradigms, which involved independently. One of them is hormetic research, and the other is having to do with parabiosis or also paranecrosis, when we're talking about it on a cellular level. So hormesis is defined generally as an adaptive response of cells and organisms to moderate, usually intermittent stress. So this is more general definition in biology and medicine, or let's say, yeah. On the other hand, we can also define it more precisely as a biphasic dose response to an agent characterized by low dose stimulation beneficial effect and high dose inhibitory or toxic effect. So that's a sort of more precise toxicological definition that is often used. And of course, we know from everyday experience probably of quite many examples which might be relevant to this, where some exposure to certain pathogens might be adaptive. It might provoke sort of preconditioning, it might provoke immunity, as we of course well know in the context of vaccinations now, etc. But this is much more general. It pertains to cellular reactions in general, where we're talking about, let's say, anti-inflammatory and similar sorts of cytoprotective effects that can be evoked by subtoxic concentrations of certain agents. And I think this is a quite interesting phenomena for various reasons that I'll discuss in the next slide. But I want to say that also this problem is in various ways relevant to the study of parabiosis and paranecrosis. So, and in a much more general sense of studying non-specific regularities to diverse agents while focusing on changes in the reacting system. So we're going more in the direction of trying to characterize either the cell as a whole or the organism as a whole. So we're not necessarily focusing in on this fine molecular or subcellular details of these reactions, which are of course very important for understanding mechanistically for current research, but let's say approaching it from a more global perspective. And this would also have to do with possible functional state transitions at cellular and systems levels in certain parameters which are quite global and broad. And this might offer an interesting complementary perspective to current day molecular level accounts and modeling. So, of course, hormesis in general, it has a rather quantitative emphasis as it has such an applied and biomedical orientation. It has to be said that it's also increasingly influential, whereas it was, let's say, rather controversial even a decade or two ago. Now it's better and better grounded in empirics. There are increasing amounts of data which support this sort of biphasic dose response models and suggest that actually it might be even much more common than the ones classically studied and assumed to have either a linear character, so that the reaction of the system is in some proportional response to the stimulus, or even nonlinear, but nevertheless, let's say, not changing its sign in mid-course of the reaction from positive to negative, from stimulation to inhibition, for example, in this kind of threshold-based manner. So, and I think this has various semiotically interesting and relevant features. First of all, the fact that hormetic responses have been observed so widely, and they have nevertheless very similar dynamics. So regardless of the model, either it's in vitro, in vivo, or in different species, either irrespective of its inducing agent, endpoint, or receptor cell signaling pathway mediated mechanism, the features of the dose concentration response are still similar. One of the main proponents said what Calabrese is saying. And there appear to be really no specific properties shared by all chemicals that could account for these features of hormesis as a sort of such a general reaction, and that's also quite remarkable and interesting. And I think a special interest is really this question of non-monotonicity of these reactions, and because it has also clear applied significance. I'm quite surprised, as I'm of course not working in toxicology or related fields, that all current exposure standards have been developed using an assumption of monotonicity, so that the responses would not show, let's say, these sort of biphasic reactions as we can see in hormesis. But and on the other hand, these kind of reactions, non-monotonic dose response curves, are common now, as it's now known. And we can see this, for example, in the case of many hormones, which act at extremely low concentrations, and also in the endocrine disrupting chemicals. And this is, of course, an extremely pertinent public health issue, also environmental safety issue. So some people are advocated for fundamental changing in testing and safety standards. And of course, here we can see that in some cases, these low-level concentrations can be very toxic, and it doesn't evoke a hormetic effect. And it's of course interesting then, why is this so, and why in other cases it does have a possible adaptive or sort of preconditioning adaptive effect, and we don't really know this very well in most cases. Just to reiterate some of the sort of integrative potential of this type of approach, they appear to involve some sort of homeodynamic or homeostatic, if we will, but still anticipatory mechanisms, which are very broad. So they appear to respond more to the inhibition caused to, let's say, particular agent rather than the agent itself. So it's very widely generalizable, and some authors speak here of a sort of an expectable downstream molecular convergence mechanism, or kind of molecular vectoring, which probably has to be responsible for it, but we really haven't very well been able to identify it so far, at least not to this extent that we could understand why it's so general, and how can it sort of begin to function as a result of early exposures in a sort of preconditional and anticipatory manner. So how can it have such wide adaptive relevance? And I'm not really going into this anticipatory direction, although this would be very tempting from the perspective of semiotics, but I'm really staying on the question of this interaction between specificity and non-specificity in these cases. So some places where we can probably see that the hormetic approach, as it's been mainly developed so far, can perhaps be complemented and could, let's say, benefit from a wider perspective framed in theoretical biology, evolutionary and developmental biology. So it's even been proposed as kind of being a sort of wrong problem in the wrong discipline when it's confined to the toxicology, because when we see how they're generalizing many of these phenomena to behavior, to communication among organisms, then we can really see that actually this goes far beyond such a specific confined discipline as toxicology. It really needs a sort of broader theoretical biology. And in this regard, well, one of the interesting, more specific or concrete problems is, of course, understanding the underlying mechanisms and their variability. And here it's interesting to note that a large fraction of hormetic effects are presumably mediated by the same receptor structure. So it becomes a question of variations in the concentration, stimulation, intensity, quantity of the dose or agent to which the organism or cell is exposed to, and what really governs the reaction. However, so far, this has still mainly been studied in cell cultures. There are less studies on animals. And of course, these are mainly very kind of laboratory-oriented studies. So only very recently, we're beginning to think, okay, what might these types of effects that we find there have to do with the processes of adaptation more generally that we see in evolution and development. And in this respect, I really think that the parabiotic and paranecrotic theories can be quite interesting, because they were still also interested in these sort of pretty broad questions, also ecological questions. And we can talk about here the natural variations in the sort of functional state of the system. We can, for example, talk about the level of membrane potential polarization in neurons or other reaction structures. And then try to understand how developmental or even this microgenetic, very rapidly developing changes in this sort of parameters like membrane potential can possibly be decisive in the way the organism responds to the same stimulus. So we can, in some cases, see, for example, the same neurotransmitter would evoke opposite effects depending on this sort of functional state changes in the system, and of course, still using the same receptor. So here we can probably also look at this difference between cellular and systems levels, and it's very often not very obvious how we can translate between them. However, so Paul Agutter has written very interestingly about this paranecrotic theory, which looked at this on a cellular perspective. And with respect to this theory, he had this sort of comment, which I'm quoting here. It's I think quite telling why it's interesting. So a set of simultaneous changes in whole cell properties test the explanatory capacity of our molecular level descriptions. This may elucidate the biological significance of specifics. The phase of the universal cell reaction are the contexts in which molecular level changes occur in cells exposed to external stimuli. So what he has in mind here is the work by Dmitry Nasonov and colleagues in Russia, where they were looking at this sort of functional state transitions in cells. And what they established is that this sort of biphasic response is really an extremely common phenomenon, and it can be generalized across various types of cells, across various types of agents to which they're reacting. So the first phase would see an increase in membrane potential and resistance, the ability to resist the external agent, whereas these properties fall after a certain threshold has been reached. On the other hand, at first, the cell, let's say, during this increased phase of resistance, it reduces its viscosity, its turbidity, its acidity. But when the reaction or let's say, the exposure to the harmful agent has reached a certain point, then we can see that these same parameters go beyond the sort of baseline level. So they were interested in these sort of changes and how to characterize them, because there's really a large array of different different parameters which change here in an intercorrelated manner almost simultaneously in most cases, and we still don't really know why. That's an interesting question, and it's probably quite relevant for numerous questions in biology and semiotics. However, interesting is the fact that the theory of parabiosis, which is in many ways inspired the paranecrotic research, has really never been, to my knowledge, been seriously reevaluated. It's almost impossible to find any article which would even try to sort of place this research into any perspective. And there are probably a variety of reasons for this, but it's clearly one of the reasons we maybe should go in this direction and try to remedy this. And so the founder of this direction of parabiotic research is Nikolai Vedensky, who is still actually referenced for many of his sort of empirical discoveries and contributions. So these have to do with the interaction of excitation and inhibition in different excitable cells, and sort of more complex interactions between them based on tonic effects, sort of, let's say, a sort of accumulation of excitatory potentials, which at some point might lead to a sort of qualitatively new effect. And of course, these are really important to understand, for example, in cardiology, so in the design of pacemakers, etc. So very minute differences in the timing of signals or their magnitude might lead to an effect where suddenly maybe the heart skips a beat or something. And this type of things were actually really meticulously studied by Vedensky. On the other hand, strangely enough, the wider theoretical framework which informed him has almost really been completely forgotten, and it was probably also quite seriously misunderstood already at the time he was working. So we can also probably associate with this to the fact that all of his teaching essentially was going against this all or none principle of nerve impulse conduction, which they saw as a sort of exception and abstraction. And we can still see how it's, pardon, Don, only 2 minutes, sorry?
About 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, but you can go longer. We just have less Q&A, as you like.
Okay, so I know to orient a little bit here. I'm skipping a few things which might be less relevant to the discussion. So I'm here making this distinction between parabiosis as an empirical phenomenon, which essentially signifies a sort of conduction block, which evolves under, let's say, increasingly strong or frequent stimuli very often, but not necessarily. It can also evolve in other conditions, and the sort of general theory of reactivity, excitability changes in living systems on the other hand. So a very general teaching. And unfortunately, the term parabiosis has been used to designate both. And this probably has led to a lot of contradictions, misunderstandings, and confusion. I'm not going to look at this. So I'm going to this issue of terminology. So as a narrow phenomenon, it's usually sort of discussed as a reversible suspension of obvious vital activities or a temporary suspension of conductivity or excitability in a nerve. On the other hand, so this occurs as part of a sort of regular sequence of stages under excitation, which we can see leads from rest to various stages of activity to this parabiosis in the narrow sense, leading to inhibition and narcosis, and quite irrespective of the stimulating agent. And if these continue for long, then this might lead to necrosis. On the other hand, to avoid this confusion of terminology, I would also use this term allobiosis, where we can describe these variations which occur between rest activity and parabiosis. And this is just sort of to use a term that has become nearly extinct. It's not used anymore, but I think it's valid to reintroduce in this context to avoid this confusion of what do we mean by parabiosis. So allobiosis means essentially this sort of global changes in the state of the organism which occur under this different stimuli. And what's for me really the interesting part is the way they were starting to combine the study of specific effects in particularly in the nervous system with this sort of very general non-specific effects which occur under almost any sort of circumstances. And what the formulations which they arrived at seem very interesting, because they were essentially starting to claim that when you look at the effects of particular, let's say, neurotransmitters or mediators, so these would accentuate or selectively suppress one or another phase of the general non-specific cellular reaction to stimulation. So we can see it here, for example, in the above image. So in this case, similarly to the paranecrotic reaction, at first resistance increases and excitability decreases. And under certain stimuli, we can prolong this stage of the reaction. Other stimuli, for example, certain excitatory ones, might prolong the second phase, which is the sort of active phase where excitation is increased, and other ones yet might lead to a complete depression of excitation. So they were trying to understand how these effects work together. How do we frame the effects of specific substances in terms of this underlying general reaction? And I think one of the nicest examples is really the recent research which shows how the effects evoked by this GABA-A receptor can be reversed depending on the functional state of the cell. So, and there is really nothing very mystical about it. It has to do with changes, for example, of the concentration of chloride in the cell, which accumulate in case of certain tonic excitation, for example. And we see this reversal where the most prevalent inhibitory neurotransmitter in vertebrate, also mammalian brains, starts to have the opposite effect of starting to excite the system. So this kind of perspective seems to be certainly an interesting one, but I will unfortunately probably have to cut it quite short at this point, because I had way too much information here. I was hoping to connect this back to the paranecrotic studies, which, unlike Agutter claims, actually they continued well towards the very end of the 20th century. So they were also starting to connect these sort of general cellular reactions with questions of reaction specificity, and some interesting observations from this later work. So they proposed that receptor-based responses are usually much less specific than those that we see in metabolic pathways. Maybe this is common knowledge to some extent, but it's still worth kind of re-emphasizing this sort of phenomena in receptors that would be mainly based on weak bonds, and we can see that these stimulants do not take part in the ensuing reaction as opposed to the metabolites, and they go into quite a lot of detail in comparing these sort of effects, and it's really extremely interesting. But I will probably have to finish it at this point. How much time do we have now for discussion?
Right now, Andres, we have actually 2 minutes, so maybe a good thing to do would be to really tell us the semiotic aspect here, really focus on that for a few minutes.
Yes, so I think this question of whether the pathways which using which cells and organisms react to stimuli are sort of pre-assembled, or are they are sort of flexible and self-assembling in the course of reaction, is really one of the key questions which pertains to this whole study, because we see that in the case of these sort of self-assembling pathways, we can expect to see the kind of non-specific effects probably being quite decisive in the way these reactions occur. On the other hand, in many cases, there's probably very little significance that these, let's say, non-specific reactions, we can probably see them more as a sort of general background or even noise, and we can discard them. However, we're not really, it appears, very confident in many cases with which type of system we're really dealing with. So one way to look at this would be through, well, focusing on the question of weak and strong bond mediated reactions. So surface receptor and metabolic pathways, that's what the direction they appear to have been gone. But in any case, it seems that the approach that Alexandrov and Nasonov were developing in the Soviet Union, they were really going in quite a similar direction as for example, thinking in relational biology by Rosen and others. So they saw that non-specific reactions based on sort of context, we can talk about this as a sort of entailment or scaffolding. In some sense, in some cases, can have decisive importance for understanding how cells react, and we can bring very useful heuristics to see how these sort of scaffolds change in time. So we can even maybe talk about something like this allobiotic variation. I don't want to use the word, of course, parabiotic or even less paranecrotic because of these contradictions that I discussed above in terminology. However, I think when we talk about, when we reintroduce the term of allobiosis, then this can be quite maybe useful way to reframe the old research and bring along what's really interesting from it in terms of how these entailments might be changing systematically in a coordinated way in response to quite different stimuli. So that's it.
Great. Thank you, Andres. You can stop share screening now.
Mm-hmm.
What we will do is everyone will keep these ideas in mind for see how they resonate with the next 3 talks. And then afterwards, we have a whole half hour to go over it. And I do hope you will put some of this literature on parabiosis into English or more widespread so we could all take a look at it. Okay, thanks very much.
Okay.
All right, so our next speaker, Victoria Alexander. Tentative title of the talk, Applying Biosemiotics to Quantitative and Qualitative Methods. We'll see. Yeah.
And I did correct the typo in my title. I had qualitative and qualitative methods, or quantitative and Thank you, Andres, for that.
Right, you are.
Yeah. I like the predetermined pathways. Seems like the cybernetic approach, and the self-assembling pathways seems like the biosemiotic approach. And it's similar to the kinds of things that I've been thinking about. Physical science researchers employ quantitative methods. They take measurements, they count and collect data points, they formulate equations that model how systems will develop. Social science researchers employ so-called qualitative methods, such as case studies, interviews, observations, and surveys to construct narratives about complex systems. The difference in methods is said to make the social sciences more subjective compared to the hard sciences. Interdisciplinary studies departments worldwide now offer courses teaching both quantitative and qualitative methods as a compromise, I suppose, intended to resist the privileging of one method over the other, for the moment anyway. But I get the feeling that there is an unstated belief that research that currently requires qualitative methods might be done someday by computers. I hear in the general background noise of our times the belief that the singularity is upon us. Aren't neural networks beginning to imitate biological thought? Don't algorithms already make predictions about what people want? As soon as they get enough data, AI networks will become conscious. We know this is impossible. Computers can't process semiotic information. I am speaking about this topic today because last year the Digital Humanities Department at the university where I was teaching asked me to present my course in Biosemiotics and surrounding fields as a course in quantitative and qualitative methods. The course included readings in pre-Darwinian mathematical biology, cybernetics, Alan Turing, mathematical tools for studying coincidences, self-organization, and genetic determinism. We also read fiction and analyzed paintings because understanding the creative process is at the center of what we do as biosemioticians, I think. As I reviewed online intro to quant v qual methods courses, I was horrified. This is one of the illustrations of the course I encountered. It was a real mix of scientism and propaganda techniques. A lot of social science students end up going into marketing or public policy. Here's a typical diagram showing how students might approach qualitative research. The caption says, "A simplified diagram of the iterative qualitative research process." Basically, you ask a lot of questions, you write down the data, and then you interpret it and you get more data. This diagram shows the circular and open-ended approach. Making a diagram like this conveys the feeling that your qualitative method followed some sort of scientific procedure. And this is scientism, to be sure. Equally bad is the misuse of statistics. We were holding classes during the initial lockdown, so we had plenty of the examples to draw from. We've all heard that a lot of ICUs were at a frightening 85% capacity. What's the normal operating capacity? You may or may not ask. 85%. But I wanted to do more than just help my students improve the traditional approaches. I wanted to query the bias against subjective knowledge, as if it's ultimately just made up stuff. As biosemioticians, we study the relational processes in living systems and discover, you could say, the etiology of symbols and how they are grounded. Subjectivity is formed by constraints that can be described, and the semiotic process can be identified and understood. I wanted to turn the course on its head and teach not the difference between quantitative and qualitative methods, but the difference between quantitative and qualitative processes in the systems they were studying. My students' class projects ranged from developing bureaucratic norms for the approval of public monuments to developing AI to pick out different musical instruments and recordings, to analyzing the logic of conspiracy theories, to trying to determine if the popularity of tattooing was on the wane or not, and other topics about as different as they could possibly be. But in general, each student had a dynamical situation involving a group of people with many moving parts, and the student was either trying to understand or predict and control which way the group would go or individual would go. So we tried to identify the kinds of local decision-making processes that resulted in the global effects. There are some behaviors of complex systems that can be modeled mathematically, and there are some that cannot. For example, when the system is switching from one regime to another, I suspect that there are local decisions being made that, because they haven't settled into a new habit yet, the logic of these transitions can only be described qualitatively. On the bottom is a computer-generated model. You'll notice that the edges are frayed, the center is more concentrated, the flock moves smoothly, it doesn't ebb and flow like the natural flock does. The researchers defined 13 different local constraints: relative distance, turn radius, thrust, avoidance distance, and then to make it more lifelike, they added some randomness to the algorithm. And that just doesn't work. This is the fallacy of Darwinism applied to complex systems. Randomness plus natural selection does not lead to self-organization. What the researchers needed to add is semiotically motivated local decision points. But how would they do that? The emergence of novel semiotic reactions depends on chance similarities and proximities, which are harnessed to build new structures. The individual observer who is making local decisions in response to constraints from his neighboring observers is making relatively objective observations of the qualitative information processes because he is actually part of the system he is observing. The individual's actions help create and are created by the dynamics of the group. Relatively objective observations are made by the person with a lot of experience who has intuition, but he's not really guessing so much as drawing upon the semiotic structures that are part of the way his subconscious brain has organized itself in response to his social system. So one way to do better qualitative research is to immerse yourself in your subject instead of trying to be an external objective observer. The social sciences are said to be the systematic study of human interactions. So students are typically taught procedures to follow in order to study a complex system. Instead, students should be trying to discover the procedures of the complex system, learning about the system's semiotic mechanisms, which will be unique to each system and will be continually evolving. On the left are experts, 4 doctors working on the front lines of COVID-19. Each of these doctors broke with ranks to find effective treatments. One found COVID-19 presents like altitude sickness and patients needed oxygen instead of a ventilator. One found that a malaria drug happens to work as a prophylaxis. One found that an anti-parasite drug happens to work as an antiviral. Another realized that, like HIV, COVID requires different drugs at different stages. One of the drugs the doctors discovered works due to complex molecular mimicry, ivermectin, which mimics the structure of an enzyme produced by soil bacteria, happens to bind with the virus spike protein and with our ACE2 receptors, and plays a role in 2 other signal pathways inside cells as a general antiviral and an anti-inflammatory. The official response of the health bureaucracies has been to scoff at the idea that ivermectin could work as an anti-parasite drug and have other effects as well, as if biological structures cannot interpret structures in different ways. Quantitative versus qualitative could be called systematic versus idiosyncratic. Dictionary.com happened to give me this very nice example of how the term could be used in a sentence. The best minds are idiosyncratic and unpredictable as they follow the course of scientific discovery. Sometimes we pay lip service to eccentric researchers. We celebrate them after the fact of making a novel discovery. But the public doesn't really have a systematic way of appreciating the idiosyncratic logic of the complex systems themselves. Biosemiotics offers a way to explain how idiosyncratic semiotic processes work with the concepts of symbol, icon, and index. So first, let's look at the mechanism of the conventional symbol. As Marcello Barbieri argues, an encryption apparatus, an adapter with 2 recognition sites, can connect 2 objects. The rules of this assembly are established by convention. They are not strictly determined by the 2 objects, in this case, the genes and the proteins. The natural encryption-decryption process, Barbieri says, creates absolute novelties, not relative ones. These natural conventions account for the discontinuities in the history of life, the qualitative changes, whereas natural selection explains the gradual transformations. So these conventional codes are fixed by natural selection, but how do novel associations arrive in the first place so that they are available to natural selection? Well, the mechanism of the icon. The cell receptor, like an individual bird in the flock, responds to signals that have qualities which could be similar to the qualities of other things. Here we see how the wrong molecule, a molecular mimic, happens to fit into a cell receptor. This can lead to unpredictable outcomes that are qualitatively different, and you won't just get more or less of the same product. For instance, a virus might fit into our ACE2 receptors and repurpose our cellular machinery. Big qualitative difference there. The mechanism of the index. Drawing upon an example that I learned about from Joshua, in my class, we discussed how slime mold can associate a temporal rhythm with a temperature decrease. The rhythm becomes an index for blasts of cold air. And this is kind of a Pavlovian conditioning. In this instance, the mechanism seems to involve a number of oscillating chemical reactions that become entrained. In my class, we also discussed another example of slime mold Pavlovian condition that I heard about from Oscar Castro, where separate activator inhibitor pathways for detecting food and for detecting cold can become entangled and flip a disinhibition switch that makes the slime mold start seeking food in cold places, which is sort of a pathological behavior. And both of these examples are more or less. But they do show how slime mold can learn new things. And Josh, Oscar, and I wrote about this in a forthcoming Code Biology special issue. Pavlovian conditioning is learning via index science, which may go awry. And this may be what's behind the weird allergies and food sensitivities. Don Nolan has written about this kind of thing in the Food and Medicine volume that has just come out. This is a mechanism for artificially inducing antibody responses. It illustrates Marcello's adapter mechanism. Since the 1970s, researchers have been developing anti-fertility vaccines. In one case, the human hormone HCG is linked to a tetanus toxoid by a conjugate. When injected with the product, subjects develop antibody responses to the tetanus and to the HCG by association. And if the subject becomes pregnant, the developing embryo will be spontaneously aborted. The conjugate here plays the role of an encryption apparatus. The body learns to misassociate a part of itself, HCG, with a toxic substance. This is a qualitatively different process than the normal process of antibody response. This new symbol is intentionally created by physically linking two objects together, but as with the case of slime mold just mentioned, accidental linkages may form when different chemical pathways are activated simultaneously and happen to interact with each other. This may explain the link between autoimmune disease and vaccines and viruses. Let me now mention how biological processes that can be quantified relate to those that cannot. Quantitative methods may be appropriate for modeling how any complex system as a whole tends to stay more or less the same. Quantitative methods are also good for categorizing and generalizing. They're also good for describing development, but not evolution. They are also good at describing styles, fashions, and trends, even for good for analyzing and producing formulaic art. There is a program that can render photos into Van Gogh Starry Night style. To the extent that it's easy to formulate a kind of style, we can guess that that style does not require so much qualitative judgment. Quantitative methods can be used for mimicking, for creating mediocre art, but they aren't so good at creating an original art. On the left is a fake Rembrandt, painted by an AI program. On the right is a painting done by a human in the Rembrandt school, which was mistaken as a Rembrandt by scholars for many years. Old Woman Cutting Her Nails is considered to be a masterful work that goes beyond the merely skillful, the merely beautiful. Old Woman, and it's much more interesting than the commissioned work that Rembrandt did. The AI had to be fed a lot of data to come up with its generalization for its output. So the AI was trained on Rembrandt's hack work. AI designers just don't get it. There just isn't an academic, systematic way of approaching novelty. And that's why I've been focusing on what I call accidental indexes and icons. This image is from the subreddit called Accidental Renaissance. It's a photo, not a painting by Raphael, even though the pale skin and shadow may remind you of the Renaissance painter. The halo of the man's camo hat and his posture gives him a Saint Sebastian vibe. Here is the saint in typical Renaissance style. Note how uncanny is the coincidental similarity. When we recognize the Renaissance style in this photo, we might use abduction to explain it. And here's Peirce. A surprising fact is observed. The photo looks like a Renaissance painting. But if it were true that the photographer was familiar with Renaissance art, his deciding to snap the photo would be a matter of course. Hence, there is reason to suspect that it's true that the photographer is probably familiar with Renaissance art. That's my theory anyway. Conspiracy theories get started through the logic of abduction. In this paper, written in January 2020, the researchers note the uncanny fact that there are 4 HIV-like segments in the novel part of the SARS-CoV-2 sequence. But if the virus was engineered in a lab, its having HIV-like segments would be a matter of course. Hence, there's reason to suspect that SARS-CoV-2 is in fact engineered.
2 minutes, sorry.
This moon sign is an accidental index. Such strange coincidences can also happen at the level of the biological cell or among massively interacting parts of a complex system. If you show these pictures to hundreds of people, the number who see the connection or don't see the connection will not be 50-50 or random. Likewise, when individuals in a group interpret coincidences, the different interpretations will not follow a random distribution, but a pattern. That's why I guess just adding randomness to the flocking algorithm produces mechanical movement, not lifelike movement. Living organisms with brains or cells without brains can detect and act on patterns. Sometimes the pattern is just coincidental. Creativity is in part the ability to notice and make use of possibly coincidental patterns. That coincidence might be a similar appearance as with an icon or just being connected in space and time as with an index. Processes that create qualitatively novel products or effects may use the abductive logic that draws on accidental similarity and arbitrary association. You may not be able to quantify this process, but it's not merely subjective. It's not really determined by the researcher's subjective interpretation. It would be more correct to say that the subjective interpretation occurs in the process itself.
Tori, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Expected. Wonderful. So, okay, let's see whose hands get in first. Let me just, sorry, I need to find my participants. But I think Yagmur, I think you were the first one up.
No, that was just clapping. I have
Oh,
so
that was
many
just clapping.
presentations at the moment that I can, yeah.
All right, well, Paul has a hand up.
Thank you, Don. To what extent do you think that the quant-qual problem, particularly among students, could be ameliorated by embracing the formulations on sign that were offered to us by our late biosemiotician philosopher-in-chief, John Dealey?
I haven't done a lot of work on Dealey. Sorry, I can't. Maybe you can elaborate on that. I mean,
Well, it was a mere abduction on my part, and it was simply that the biggest division that students deal with in that area is between the subjective and the objective, which is a demotic division. In Dealey's work, that just doesn't exist. You know, it's very pertinent to biosemiotics as well. In that, you know, he has a tripartite division between thing, object, and sign, where sign is self-reflexive, object is absolutely subjective in the sense that is used in the demotic sense. A thing is the possibility of identifying or imagining something outside of sign relations.
You're right. I remember now, Don discussing Dealey's work, and I remember I was resonating with this idea. I think of subjectivity as relative objectivity. So yeah, I see overlap there. Thank you, Paul.
Very good. Now we have Terry Mortier, Gary Goldberg, and then Joanna. And I think that'll probably be it for the next 6 minutes. So brief and deep.
I'll be very brief. It's just an observation. Thank you for your talk first and foremost. I love the visual of the flying birds and trying to mimic it with computers. And the last thing you said, you were talking about the patterns, but if I connected that back to the IT guys trying to simulate that, how do you see as breaking patterns as a pattern? Meaning you said that there was randomization within those patterns that would switch how they fly. But if breaking a pattern isn't a randomization, but really breaking a pattern is the pattern, would that change something in your talk?
Well, it's a dynamical structure that's jumping to a new attractor, and they're following the rules of the given attractor, but all the rules are somewhat flexible, so there is some interpretation there. And then the degree to which the interpretation varies slightly among the birds, I guess reaches a threshold effect where they suddenly all turn at once in a new direction. It's not that randomness is added to the system. I think it's already there with the flexibility of the way that different signs, and by different signs I mean how they judge their neighbors are doing, and they're making predictions about what their neighbors are about to do. I hope that answered.
Sure, thanks.
Okay, great. Gary?
Yeah, I just wanted to, this was a beautiful talk. Very, very important to understand that we need to get beyond scientism and begin to see science as extended biosemiotically into relationship. And as a case example, I love this book by Evelyn Fox Keller about Barbara McClintock, right? A feeling for the organism. Barbara McClintock being a Nobel Prize winner who basically was able to, I think, combine a biosemiotic approach to her study subject, corn, with an analytical, informed approach and to synthesize those two in a beautiful way.
That was actually part of the course.
Yeah, there's the book right there. It's amazing, actually. And then, in my own field of brain injury rehabilitation, there's this whole idea of interpretive phenomenological analysis, where you actually talk to the patient in a thematic way about their experience, what in fact they experienced as they went through the process of recovery from brain injury, and then look for common themes to characterize, how this process unfolds. So just a couple of, ways of looking at an extended science that is no longer scientistic.
Interesting, thank you.
Okay, now Boris was trying to raise his hand and couldn't, and then Joanna had her hand up. Yagmur, I think we might have to save your thought for our very good end of day discussion. Okay, so Boris and then Johanna.
Yes, hello. Oh, my camera. Hi. Thanks for the talk. I was very thrilled to find this this connection, especially since, well, Joanna will probably say it in a second, but the conference going on exactly the same topic, well, not in biosemiotics, but on qualitative versus quantitative data. But my question is about the quantitative part of it. So you mentioned a very interesting phenomenon that with noticing accidental indexes. And I wonder, have you ever tried to actually measure it? Because it's it's a, you know, it's a ready experiment for experimental semiotics to do. And I wonder if you did any work, and if you did, what stopped you? And if you didn't, I'm taking it as a challenge.
Well, in the paper that I mentioned, Oscar, Josh, and I did look at experiments that have been done in Pavlovian conditioning of slime mold, which I would say is an accidental index. So, but
actually, I meant the rate that people tend to notice it.
Oh.
So whether it's connected to any particular psychological makeup, etc.
Yeah, I've tended to look at cells making accidental indices more so than I have with humans, but
right.
that is certainly interesting too. I mean, it's everywhere. It's the way we process a lot of information and come up with all sorts of pathological understandings of reality. So.
Awesome. So.
Okay, great. Joanna, and then Bea.
So thank you, Victoria, for your great talk and touching this very, very important problem. And I'm happy that sort of we're tackling it from different angles, because actually the angle that we are taking is that of missing experience and first-person experience, which is so difficult to quantify. And I wanted to ask you about that, if you have thoughts also on this particular quality that is missing from our quantitative models, and how do you sort of integrate those problems?
Well, on the question of quantifying subjective behavior, there's Crutchfield's idea of folding the observer into the system, which is, you know, basically looking at the behavior of the bird in the flock as it's the relative differences between what appear to be rule-like moves and chance-like moves, the degree to which that relationship changes over time, and you can measure that. So that's one way to objectively say that the birds are processing information differently by this degree. So in terms of quantifying a subjective response, I guess that's one of the things. And I mean, to me, you don't really need to put a number to it so much as just to identify the misassociations that might have been made at the local level that resulted in the global change in behavior. And so that in itself would be enough. Do you have to measure it? Yeah, you know, maybe you can measure the relative similarity of something to something else. You know, how likely, you know, how congruent is this shape to another shape? So that you could do too, I guess.
Okay.
Thank you for your question.
I know these will all be continued in our discussion. So let's move on now to Joshua Augustus Bacigalupi. The title of his talk is Semiogenesis, Harnessing Higher Order Dimensions from Structured Noise. Josh?
Did I turn my mute off? You guys can hear me okay?
You're good, thanks.
Sorry. Let's see, where's the, oh, hold on. Screen, okay. And start. Okay. All right, you guys can see my slides move okay? Just to give it, not great, thanks, okay. All right, so this is great. I'm really glad to be here. Start my timer. So just a little bit of the motivation for this talk. I was really inspired to really delve into this work almost a couple decades ago now, the World Trade Center Memorial Competition with the 9/11 attacks. I did this interactive sculpture, grappling with tension, grappling with the idea of disparation and discord between different cultures that are just seeing things differently, and then realizing So that was my sort of embedded in my architectural practice. But then going back to like my environmental work and my physical chemistry, I really kind of wanted to understand how it is that life, in essence, like at first you think of this the ability to deal with tension as like this something like that's just intrinsically toxic, this notion of tension. But then through the course of this research, realized that no, actually life intrinsically, or what I'll talk about in this talk, semiogenesis, requires tension, that's one of the central features of the emergence of life itself and semiosis. And then, of course, in the larger scheme of things, really looking forward, you know, as Tori Alexander mentioned, you know, doing some work with you guys and working with Dawn on how it is determinacy emerges out of indeterminacy. Really hope to contribute to this larger conversation of semiotics. So I'll split this talk into 3 parts. The first part is just sort of forming the question, like trying to understand the question starting out, and then through this out of my architectural practice, coming up with an intuition, and then the final two sections will look at semiogenesis, you know, somewhat rigorously in theory, and then somewhat rigorously in practice. So starting with something perhaps more familiar to folks is just a good old architectural practice. So what was interesting about this is that the idea that, you know, for example, in architecture, we do a lot of sketches in order to grapple with what are in essence a bunch of contradictory constraints. You know, we have to deal with the site, the client needs, the structural parameters, and a lot of times all these constraints, if you will, really compete with each other. And so what we were taught in grad school, interestingly enough, is to essentially allow all these disparate constraints, you just hold these in our mind, and then just wait for the solution to emerge. I mean, that's literally what we're taught in grad school. And believe it or not, it works. So the trick is, though, is that you think that the process, you know, people talk about process, they're really talking about, you know, these sketches up here, and these are just 2 of, you know, hundreds of sketches that you literally superpose on each other, such that we use trace, right? So we use this semi-transparent paper, and layers upon layers, you all have like 20 of these pieces of trace, and you'll literally be seeing all these different layers, this history superpose on itself, as each layer is really just a capture, maybe Nora Bateson's hints, if you will, that they're just sort of states, they just capture states. But it's really important to realize that they're not the actual process. This isn't where creativity actually lives. It actually lives in the gaps. It lives in the gaps. What I realized is that, you know, that mysterious thing that our professors told us to do is just allowing the solution to emerge from the chaos, if you will. So just to reiterate, the sketches are not, you know, the process themselves. And what I realized later is that there's infinite potential. Well, I guess every architect sort of realizes at some point that you could have an infinite number of design possibilities in any given project. And then on top of that, you could have an infinite number of possibilities between each sketch, you know, to go from this sketch to this sketch, thinking of all the different parameters in their disparation, in their conflict, in their tension, coming up with solutions that deal with both of those, all those different constraints. Really dips into a kind of a literal infinite number of possibilities. So I was just fascinated with how this was remotely possible. So then a little U-turn here. This actually goes back to my undergrad work. So before I went into architecture, I studied physical chemistry and environmental sciences. And then in order to really dig into understanding how this might be possible, I thought I should really dig down deep in order to not fall into too many fallacies. So I went down into quantum mechanics, and what's really interesting about, depending on your interpretation of quantum mechanics, is that here too, quantum mechanics is also grappling with this paradox between continuity and discontinuity. In other words, you have this process which seems like this continuous thing, but then you have these sketches, these intermittent sketches that you do that are sort of capturing the process, but they're really just very minimal reflections of a much, much deeper infinity. And again, when I use the word infinity, I mean that quite literally. That, so for example, in quantum mechanics, this isn't a stretch. This is just the Schrodinger and the Copenhagen interpretation, essentially looking at how it is that a particle, so to speak, is essentially a sparse coherence, constructive interference amongst an infinity, a literal infinity of possible momenta, right? And so this completely gets to the heart of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, and that this last portion down here is actually an impossibility. Like, this is what Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is saying we cannot do. In other words, perfectly localize where the particle is, because it's necessarily, each particle is necessarily born of, emerges from all the momenta, the continuous distributed momenta. Now this gets to philosophical considerations of difference and disparation, and all the way from Guibert Simondon to Donna Haraway, this idea that it's relations all the way down really is something that I came to believe. But it's important to be careful here because so I looked at what Peirce had to say about this, and I was heartened when I looked at his collected papers that firstness is really would put the emphasis on the potential relations, right? So this particle is a potential particle, right? Because it depends on the relation between the infinity of momenta. And so, Guibert Simondon, for example, would actually largely agree with this, this idea of potential, and this, I think, resonates a bit with what Don was talking about in his talk. Okay, so this brings me to my intuition in trying to grapple with how it is life leverages the tension, leverages the so-called noise. So if you have this interference pattern, say, just drops on a pond, right? It's simultaneously, each drop can be thought of as a distinct event, but that simultaneously these ripples illustrate the interference pattern that they all share. And so that the pattern as a whole entails physically both the distinct events and their interrelation simultaneously. And so that this continuous medium is both both the distinctions and their interrelations. And it was kind of funny. It was really a mundane experience. It's kind of an everyday experience. I came up with this. Again, I was grappling with how it is I would do this interactive sculpture for the World Trade Center competition, and I really wanted this way that visitors to the World Trade Center Memorial could see themselves reflected in an interactive sculpture. And it raised all these philosophical problems that I just mentioned. And then I was in my kitchen and I was just looking at a baking dish filled with water, soaking as we all do. And the sunlight was coming in through the window, bouncing off the water and then reflecting onto the wall. And I bumped the dish and all these ripples started. And I looked at the reflection on the wall and I was just blown away with the idea that all these different disparate kinds of constraints, the dish, the sunlight, the transduction of my having bumped the dish, all became I don't want to say represented, but entailed, if you will, in the reflection on the wall. And I realized this dynamic reflection that was dancing on my wall had an infinity of possibilities. But that infinity of possibilities was constrained by each of these superposed, in the interference pattern, entailed the superposition of these distinct these distinct realities, as these distinct phenomena came together as kind of one, if you will. But then I, of course, realized that that's all fine and good, but in quantum mechanics, superposition is a linear phenomenon, meaning that, well, to put it loosely, the waves are transparent to each other. Like they don't, the interference pattern, they'll flow through each other like these ripples, but they have no memory of each other in a sense. So I had to grapple with that, because obviously that's not how semiogenesis ultimately needs to work. So then I was playing a lot of music at the time. So I took this idea of the interference pattern and I imagined, like, okay, where else does this happen where you don't have just waves, you have sort of a nonlinear aspect. And I thought of musicians like symphony, or probably a better example would be jazz improv. So you have some musicians and that they're literally co-molding a common medium, right? So that interference pattern is literally manifested in the acoustic patterns in and amongst themselves. Like each musician is putting themselves a pattern into that shared milieu, while simultaneously what they're getting back is the superposition of everyone's pattern. So you could imagine all the dissonance if you're, not a very good musician, that comes back to you, or as you sort of respond to this collective, you change your behavior. And so the musicians both form and are formed by their shared interstitial medium. But of course, here too, we run into another problem, which is that I've assumed semiotic agents. I've assumed it's sort of a homuncular fallacy, if you will. Like I'm trying to explain semiogenesis, like how it's possible, but I've assumed a semiotic agent. Let me skip that slide. So this then goes into section 2 of the talk about semiogenesis.
Just to note, Josh, that you have 5 minutes.
Oh, I have 5 minutes left?
Yeah. But you can go a little longer. It's okay.
Oh, shoot. I have I'm only halfway through. Oh, shoot. Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. 5 minutes to the 20 minutes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to go a little over 20 minutes. So the neurons, I started going to, started researching neuroscience and okay, how could this be possible in the brain, for example? And it was I quite quickly realized that that through local field potential and different phenomena in the brain, whether it's electromagnetic, which is local field potential, or chemical gradients, reaction diffusion phenomena in the brain, that it was quite possible that the neurons themselves would have an interstitial milieu, could have an interference pattern, and so that you could have, because no one really, in doing my research, I found that even if you look at spike timing dependent plasticity and all the latest models of the timing, spike timing and all that kind of stuff, no one was really answering the question of how it is that these that neurons literally rewire themselves in a way that's not simply stochastic. That's not simply that they're wandering around in the dark, right? Because we have this idea that we've over-reified the notion of the action potential in the neuron, like these little machines, and that they're just sending, they're just in the dark with respect to each other. And I said, well, what if they weren't necessarily in the dark, that they had these very ephemeral, and to use the term diaphanous that Nora Bateson mentioned yesterday, is a great term, diaphanous, semi-transparent, superposed patterns in and amongst them, that it's a milieu, again, like the musician example, that they all form and are formed by, and that in this simultaneously superposed milieu, that they could move towards ever higher levels of complexity and in formation, so that they're growing along the constructive interference, so to speak, in these interference patterns. But again, the neurons themselves are superposed semetic agents. And so in this process of formalization of really answering our question, can we simultaneously simplify our model and work out, again, a kind of a homuncular fallacy. So this moves to a project that I actually gave a good portion of this talk at the 2012 Bateson Idea Group in Asilomar. And so how this works is that instead of neurons, you'd have these, what I call primary nodes, these dark nodes that have frequencies over them. And what those frequencies in hertz are indicating is sympathies. In other words, like a tuning fork, if you will. I mean, each of these nodes would be more complex than a tuning fork. But what they would do is they would respond to, say, a C major chord and in the environment, from the environment. And then each of these nodes would differentially respond to that environmental stimulation, and that create an interference pattern. Say in this example, in this model, might just be an electromagnetic shared milieu, and then be able to, via these secondary nodes, which are the more numerous gray dots in between them, be able to discern the energy differential as sort of like a gestalt, like a very dynamic gestalt figure ground kind of a thing, this ephemeral gestalt, that they're sensing the differential order, and then be able to bias the network. So this answers this really fundamental question of how it is that the network biases itself in a non-stochastic adaptive way, so that in the future, so that you start with an unbiased network and then you move to a biased network, and then the biased network not only is sensitive to individual notes, so to speak, but also to groups of notes, a chord, if you will. And that brings me to complexity. So my definition in that 2013 paper for complexity is exactly this idea that that you have these different levels of dynamics, that as the network biases itself, you have the first level attractor A, let's say, which is like the C major chord I was talking about in the last slide. And then let's imagine that exact same finite matrix, that exact same distribution of the exact same physical matrix could also become differentially sensitive to another attractor, say attractor B, which might be an E minor. Now we can imagine that once those biases are instantiated physically in the system, so that it's sensitive to these distinct patterns, that then those can now be can co-occur to create what I believe is like C major seventh or something. I mean, the music theory doesn't really matter. The point is that you have now a second level attractor, because you're building off of, you're not getting rid of these former patterns. Those former patterns still exist in this second level attractor here, but it's a distinct pattern. It's fundamentally a new pattern that's composed of the other patterns. So this is the final slide for the theory section, and I'll go very quickly through the practice section. But to summarize the theory, the idea is that, and this gets to semiogenesis, like a somewhat formal definition of semiogenesis, which in my 2013 paper I called refinement, which for you Simondonians out there, you could loosely think of what he would call thinking individuation, or individuated thinking. Not life, because the system is not living. That's not the claim I'm making. But what happens is that over time, you could imagine these parabolae, again, this parabola here, as the system develops, as it incorporates more and more biases, and then patterns of patterns, patterns of patterns of patterns, etc., that this umwelt, if you will, would grow. And necessarily, and I don't have time to get into it, but relevance necessarily has to kind of oscillate. This is really important, because what this system is not doing is minimizing or maximizing. All this free energy principle and all the maximum entropy models, I argue, that over-cohere on a single attractor, like even neural networks are, cohering on a single attractor. That's what I would call a death state. You need to oscillate like an annealing schedule, if you will, and that the relevance as it anneals, as it coheres and then decoheres, coheres and then decoheres, as it ratchets, and that this trajectory here, this trajectory along sort of the average of relevance oscillating in its sort of homeostatic envelope, if you will, that this trajectory, this polynomial regression is semiogenesis. That this is the acquisition of new signs internally, the internal generation of new signs.
20 minutes.
Great, thank you. Okay, just a couple slides here to sort of sum up where things are with all of this. So this was part of a poster I did for the cognitive science folks over at Berkeley back in 2012. And it's funny, I actually ran into Christoph Koch, who was hugely inspirational for me with his apaptic work on apaptic coupling, basically showing that you couldn't explain neural activity based solely on spike timing, dependent plasticity, that there was something else going on. And he was the one actually who empirically showed that there needed to be something else going on to explain how it is neurons did what they did. And I talked to him, I was like, oh, what about local field potential and having it being causal and, feeding back and da-da. He wasn't into it. So anyway, back in 2012, this wasn't even really a very popular idea. But I'm really excited about the biosemiotic community because I feel like there's some kindred spirits here with this, with the people being more comfortable with this sort of infinite possibility space, this noise, if you will, the interference pattern here and that I'm representing with the purple here, which is just like a section, if you will, through a three-dimensional interference pattern. And then again, you have the primary nodes and then the blue secondary nodes measuring the differential order, the sparse order, in harnessing the sparse order in the noise. And then this is just talking about sort of where the design is. I've done some, I've tried to build this thing, but that's a whole nother degree. That you have a digital portion, but necessarily you have to have an analog portion. And when I say analog, I don't mean just analog computing. I mean non-Turing equivalent form of processing, because fundamentally you're dipping into, what Don was talking about in his talk, this sort of the infinity of the indeterminacy. That's a fundamental part that's being leveraged, and it has to be physically manifested. And then it could be harvested, that it could be harnessed. And then this is just showing how you might have a software layer that's then creating in real time, in essence, updating the biases in response to the secondary nodes, sensing, feeling the interstitial pattern. This is just really quickly what empirical data might look like if we were to accept the alternative hypothesis of what I'm proposing here, that semiogenesis would literally be these biases accruing, and that as you're accruing those biases, you're literally able to do more adaptive work. And then this is second to the last slide. This is just, again, really as Victoria Alexander just mentioned in the last talk, some work that I'm doing with both her and Oscar Castro. This over here on I guess would be the right, is a sketch that Tori and I were going back and forth on, trying to understand the Kuramoto model, which is a really fascinating model going back like 40 years, how it is chemical oscillators could cohere or decohere in such a way that emerging out of this really large population of diversely tuned chemical oscillators, you could get the capacity for a slime mold to have internalized an external, the periodicity, the frequency of an external stimulation. And then we argue that this is a form of iconicity that's intrinsically being and non-stochastically emerging. And then we get further, as Tori already talked about, get further into how indexicality might also be a part of this. So to sum up, I just want to kind of get back to that slightly more informal definition for semiogenesis, which is a process whereby a system continually increases its average relevance, as illustrated by engagement, sensitivity, umwelt, or potential awareness, to its surroundings by increasing its own internal capacity to harness the sparse order within the so-called noise, the result of increased relevance, into an ever more complex internal structure able to increase capacity to do complex work. Thank you.
Josh, that was absolutely wonderful. We've only got 2 minutes. I can't imagine this is not going to have a million comments. They're going to have to wait till the discussion session, though, because we only have 60 seconds. But Josh, if you go to your slide 13 really quick. I'm taking a privilege here. 13.
I'm sorry?
13. Yeah, I'm taking a privilege here. No, this one, yeah. The next one. Yeah, okay, same thing on the left. If I could think of a model of what the sign, vehicle, interpretant, and object consist in, for me, it would be precisely these interactions. I'll leave that there, and we'll go to our next talk. And in the discussion session, I'm sure there'll be plenty to discuss. Okay, but we want to stay on time so that we can leave. Okay.
Totally.
Okay. So, yeah. No, Josh, you can certainly respond to that.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I'm happy to yeah, well, we can wait till the,
because that would be semiogenesis. At this moment, when all of these things are, then you have a sign. Okay?
Yeah.
But we'll talk. But it also, I think, that helps us think better about what an object really is. It's not a referent in the world. It's not a thing.
Well,
what a
that's
sign, purpose, mentomen is, and what an interpretant is.
Yeah,
right?
I will say one thing real quickly is just that I think what Simondon in his work, and I was really heartened to discover, thanks to Yagmur Denizhan, discover Simondon, that he's really carefully pointing out that you can't presuppose, in talking about relation, you can't presuppose the relata, right? You have to explain those two first. And it's a really difficult, it's a paradox, because how do you explain a relation without things being presupposing things being related? So that diagram, for sure, is definitely trying not to make that presupposition.
Right, but to show how those relata actually will emerge as formal relations with each other. Because a sign is only a formal relation.
Icons, icons, then the patterns, and then the association of distinct icons as indexicality, etc. Yeah.
Right. Great. So, Yagmur. Oh, Vefa Karatay. Is Vefa with us today, Yagmur?
No, unfortunately not.
He's with us in
away
spirit.
from concert.
Okay, he was also at our first gatherings with Yagmur. Will talk to us about how to address the circularity involved in semiogenesis. And again, I hope everyone will stay on for a long talk afterwards.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad that my talk is not later, because all the things that I was wishing to refer to are accumulating, and I'm really running out of resources. So let me jump into the subject. Already many presenters, such as Yogi, for example, have already addressed the issue of circularity. Now, the question we want to go into, all right, if you think of the usage of an already established sign relation, it pretty well easily fits into the circular picture. But what about the emergence of a new sign relation, like the emergence of anything else new, actually? So is there a circularity involved in that? If yes, what kind of circularity? So seeking for an answer to these questions, I will try to make use of Gilbert Simondon's ontogenetic thinking. Okay, let me continue. So since time indefinite, common wisdom has associated life with circularity. On the other hand, practical common sense, which is derived from short-term observations of short-range interactions, offers a mode of thinking based on linear causality, implying a necessity and determinacy parallel to the arrow of time. Well, determinacy, of course, harbors all the ambiguities Don indicated so nicely yesterday. Well, this kind of thinking also constitutes the fundament of classical physical sciences as we know them, which encounter serious difficulties when applied to life. So towards mid-20th century, it was cybernetics that offered a solution to, well, one of these problems by simply introducing a causal row in the opposite direction, back. So what engineers did was to construct systems where data gathered from the environment via sensors was fed back to the system and then used to detect deviations from some desired behavior or some desired output, and used to automatically to correct these deviations. And here you have what is introduced as an artificial agent that imitates the goal-oriented behavior of a living agent. Well, that of course already suggests a definition of agency, which would not necessarily what we would like to buy. Unfortunately, these engineering feats were typically accompanied by rather reductionistic interpretations of the living agents themselves. Here you see the magazine page introducing Gray Walter's 2 children, 1 electronic. So, of course, this kind of thinking encountered resistance and reactions from within the cybernetic movement, like expressed here by Heinz von Förster, for example, who said, instead of searching for mechanisms in the environment that turn organisms into trivial machines, we have to find the mechanisms within the organisms that enable them to turn their environment into a trivial machine. Of course, I have to object to turning the environment into a trivial machine, but let's keep that. So that was already the beginning of second-order cybernetics, which was followed by autopoietic theory. So let's go back to the essence of cybernetics, which is somewhat shared by all the followers. Bernard Scott gives a nice formulation. A simple but powerful formulation of the essence of cybernetics is that its key concepts are process and product. Indeed, this production cycle logic is shared by all theories that followed, including the more recent complex system theories. So here we have a production cycle where we can even identify the auto and the poiesis in autopoietic theory in a system that is thermodynamically open and the unity and identity of which is maintained via organizational closure, combination of already established parts, and also, of course, I have to add operational closure. Okay, but let's also focus on the second part of this formulation. The main methodology of cybernetics is to model the form of processes and their products abstracted from any particular embodiment. So there is an abstraction involved here. And that's exactly what allows Gilbert Simondon to claim that cybernetics is the beginning of what he calls general alagmatics. Only the beginning, but to understand this statement, we have to focus on what he means by that. Alagmatics is a word he proposes for theory of operations, which he derives from the Greek word alagma, meaning change, vicissitude. Well, behind this idea lies his claim that any being is maintained by becoming, actually, and therefore it necessarily has these 2 complementary aspects as operation and structure. which is somewhat very much related to what Josh was saying regarding continuous and discrete, digital and analog, etc. We can talk about it indefinitely, but these two aspects simultaneously exist. And he says, okay, classical sciences are analytic sciences, which focus on the structure and the relation between structures. But he says we need to complement this with a theory of operations too, which of course cannot be decoupled from the study of structures, but an abstraction is needed. So that's why he says cybernetics is the beginning of general alagmatics, but why only the beginning? Okay, let me introduce a combination. So there seems to be circularity there, which we may tend to simply compare or identify with this production cycle on the right, but that would be wrong in general. In very special cases, right though, and this circularity between operation and structure is very much fixed and established, then we could really associate it with this production cycle. But the production cycle of cybernetics is, from that perspective, actually form a structure itself, because it is crisp and well established. And moreover, it involves causal circularity, or put it the other way around, circular causality. What about this thing we have on the Simondonian theory side? Well, this also involves a circularity, and under some certain circumstances, it becomes the causal circularity we see on the right, as suggested by cybernetics, but not always. So what kind of circularity is this? That's exactly what we are trying to answer. For that, let's have a closer look at Simondonian thinking, his main theory, actually, the theory of individuation. Well, you know, individuation is an issue addressed by almost all great thinkers, but to my knowledge, none of them does what Simondon does, or there may be some, but I don't know. He places at the beginning this thing called the pre-individual being, which is characterized by metastability, potential, tension, disparateness, lack of any structure, phases, and relations. Okay, so there is no single unity or identity in it, but much more than that. And then during the process of individuation, this thing emerges, the individual, plus something else. I will come to it a moment later. So this couple of operation and structure, this being that can now be analyzed as a relation between operation and structure. But please note, the process of individuation itself is an operation. So you see this recursivity in Simondon's thinking, which gives us fractal-like self-similarity between operations at different levels. Okay, so Simondon intended his theory as a general ontogenetic theory, therefore needs to be applicable to all domains of becoming. For that purpose, he introduced 3 different modes of the same process, the first being the physical mode. His favorite example for that is that of a supersaturated liquid in a flask. If you leave it unperturbed, it will stay in that metastable state full of tension, but the slightest perturbation from outside, for example, if you drop a crystal, you would unleash the process of individuation where the tensions are resolved, the crystal starts to grow, and eventually you end up with a flask where all the tensions are resolved. You are left with a crystal and around it suspended in a saturated solution. So altogether you have no more tension left. Here you have an individual milieu couple. The physical individual is the crystal, the milieu is the saturated solution, no more tensions left. Okay, the next one is the vital mode of individuation. Please note, the vital mode does not come after the completion of the physical individuation. No, it enters the game by suspending the completion of the physical individuation. So discovering mechanisms and processes to prevent, to leash and unleash physical individuation. So let's put at the beginning something which need not be the absolute beginning or the primordial soup. You can put anything because that can be applied from any stage onwards, because we know that the individual tensions in the vital mode will not be completely resolved. So at any stage, there will be some tension preserved. So, for example, after many, many iterations, you end up with the rabbit and its environment, which is also an individual milieu couple. Okay, the rabbit is the individual, the milieu is its environment, let's say, but don't think that the rabbit is the structure and the environment is the operation. No, both in the rabbit and the environment, there is structure and operation and constant interaction and a lot of unresolved tensions. Okay, one might ask, it was simple for the crystal to, I mean, how to distinguish the physical individual from the milieu, but how are we going to distinguish the rabbit from the environment? Well, the rabbit is maintained as a unity and it preserves its identity thanks to a complex of mutually supporting processes which are in relative internal resonance, to use Simondon's word. Okay, well, the third would be the psychocollective mode. I will not go into that, but you can imagine here the tensions are even more amplified. Now let's try to put things together. Let's have this operation structure coupling, which we can call, well, in some parts of his work, Simondon calls it the analytic state, because it's a structure. It is a relation that we can recognize as a being, because it does have a structure made up of operation and structure. Okay, as opposed to the pre-individual being, where there is no structure, no phases, no relations. Okay, and then we have this operation of the process of individuation that makes the system, no, not the system, the pre-individual being gain some structure that can be now analyzed as a combination of operation and structure. In case of a physical individuation, of course, the operation gradually vanishes and you are left with the structure in some cases. Okay, so individuation here corresponds to the emergence of the phases of being, which is also the operation and structure, emergence of relationality, and the emergence of the individual. Well, this passage we should really compare to the Persian Tücher, in Tykism, the chance flow, where chance should not be understood as randomness. It's something much more than that. Anything that resists determinacy, actually. To refer back to what Don mentioned yesterday, here, actually, the dynamics that we can afford to leave out of our models, because they are not structures, all of a sudden start to entering our field of vision. This is the passage from the pre-individual being towards the analytic state. Okay, so we can also think of abduction here if we go to the especially psychocollective level. But let's think of the reverse direction. Is a passage from the analytic state to the pre-individual state possible? Am I referring to the kind of loss of structure? Loss of structure, in my opinion, would correspond to fluctuations within the analytic state. What indeed allows a passage towards left is the emergence of new dimensions because of new relationality. Because that opens up new possibilities, it enlarges the state space, the new dimensions pop out together with their lack of relations and phases and structures. So here we have another circularity, which, however, does not entail any necessity, determinacy, and causality as we typically associate with this one-directional causal arrow. So if you wish, a tendency which we don't know when and where and how it will be triggered. And this circularity does not also mean repetition, because we are going back to the pre-individual state, but it's of course not the same pre-individual state. We are not going back to the primordial soup. We are just falling into new possibilities that were not existing before. So let me call this circularity that lacks causality, causal determinacy and necessity, and ontogenetic circularity. So here, unlike the model proposed in, autopoietic theory and complex system theory, we do not have only a thermodynamically open system, but ontogenetic openness. Which, by the way, keeps on repeating itself at every level, at every stage in a fractal manner. So we have a recursivity. Now, finally, before I exhaust all my time, let's come to our main issue. What does it have with semiosis? Okay, the semiotic process itself is a process of individuation. So here, going towards right, following the emergence of phases of being, relationality, and individual, we have the emergence of the interpreter, which first carefully leaves out of the picture. It is the individual that emerges at this ontogenetic level that becomes the interpreter, the subject. And we have the emergence of meaning. And this process of individuation is semiogenesis. And individual is the sign. In the opposite direction, we have another concept that we are very well acquainted with from semiotics, from biosemiotics. It is the unfolding of the semiosphere. So this is the kind of circularity I'm proposing for semiogenesis. a circularity that is not causal. Thank you.
Bravo, Yagmur. I would imagine we're going to have a lot of comments, so I'll shut up and look for hands. And the first one I see is Kalevikul.
Okay. Should I watch chat, or should I?
No, you just answer questions. I got you covered over here. Kalevi?
I just that was my applause. Yeah, say I'll leave the question a bit later. Okay.
Okay. James Rose.
Hi, wonderful presentation. I've been working in a similar parallel area for years, and so just a phrase to capture it is self-communication. So that is the process and mechanism of establishing that individuation. Does that ring a bell with you? And I'd appreciate any comments.
Yes, it's definitely self-communication, actually, because exactly the internal resonance, which Simondon uses to base the unity and identity of an individual, is, implies the self-communication, the communication between all processes at all levels, how they mutually are attuned to each other. And well, on this occasion, I also have to indicate, this is never a perfect alignment of these processes, but a tendency to adjust to each other. And the nice thing is, internal resonance, why he calls it internal resonance, it should not be understood as resonance between processes and phenomena within the interiority of the living individual, but on the contrary.
Right, it's a continual process and it's a development of evolution. But the main thing, and the reason that I chose to use communication is just that, in other words, the terminology in communicating is very, very important. So to get the ideas across to mass audiences and understandings, the easier and more common terminologies I'm turning to is finding a better avenue, a technique, a tactic to share these ideas.
What I want to complete is why Simondon uses the word and how he uses the word internal resonance. It's not resonance between processes within the interiority, but it is the resonance that defines what belongs to the individual and what does not. So resonance is what defines the unity and identity, and it's never complete and full. That's also a fact. Well, to your comment, I keep on, of course, noticing how many different terminologies addressing the same issue and referring to the same phenomena are really popping up from different sides. So we have to sit down and find a common terminology. It's really very recursive. Thanks.
Okay. Gary and then Terry. Oh, sorry. Thank you, James. Thank you very much. Gary and then Terry.
Just wanted to ask the question of whether you thought about how this might connect to the dual process coding concept of Emesh and Hofmeyr. The idea that there is a internal digital code and an analog connection code.
It is, well, I can establish the connection. I can talk about it for hours because it's also one of my favorite topics, the digital analog duality. Well, if you think of the individual environment couple, in the individual, well, at least some part of its processes are, let's say, for the sake of simplicity, digitally coded, only some part, whereas the other parts in the environment are analog in the sense that they are not so strictly regulated and harbor a lot of metastability. And it is exactly the interaction of these two that allows circularity, regeneration, continuity without exact repetition. This is a way of explaining it. Thanks.
Terry.
Hi, wonderful. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, good. You ended your talk in a place where I thought you were going to go further, and I'm hoping you will a little bit, which has to do with, in a sense, going beyond Peirce in the sense that I found interesting as well, talking about not interpretant, but the interpreter. That is the whole move that you were making towards the end, was a move towards individuation as the creation of the interpreter, that is, that which produces the interpretance, that which produces semiosis. Go a little bit further and just be clear to me. I'm not quite clear how that transition occurs in this model.
Oh, that requires really a deeper study of the third mode of individuation. Actually, I haven't started yet making this study into psychocollective mode, but already in many living organisms, we have the beginning of the psychocollective mode. So it is exactly there where the more interesting and I mean more anthropomorphic interpreters emerge, and it's a bit early for me to answer this question. Let's leave it for later. In the following years, I promise you, I will say more about it.
Peter, I'm gonna flip the question first before I ask Peter. Wouldn't one personal way of looking at it is that there's interpretant first and then there's interpreter, right? There might be a system that once starts engaging in sign relationships and having interpretants becomes what we think of as the interpreter, the individual. If any Persians want to weigh in on this, Frederick or Jamin, I'd be interested in hearing that.
Let me say that this fits also with Gary's comment about and previous comments about circularity in general. That is, that there's some kind of internal communication that you need, you might say, internalized semiosis before you have an interpreter. So that in that sense, it's not that one precedes the other as much as they're, you know, to use Josh's terms, they're superimposed.
Actually, I can give an example from the little thing I remember about psychocollective. In that mode, the individual, let me try to remember his complicated sentence, the individual inserts himself as a subject into the problematics of ontogenesis kind of thing. So it is this kind of recursivity that initiates the mode of psychocollective individuation.
Okay, that's a lot to chew on. Peter and then Kalevi. You need to unmute Peter. Peter, you need to unmute. I'll do it for you.
Okay,
Oh,
now you got me.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to answer Batesonian question, which is, what about logical types here? You can't just sort of swim off, and I'm not quite sure about the collectivity, because you're going to get into paradox, and you're going to get in particularly paradox when you consider recursivity over time.
Oh, I mean, I don't think that I'm sufficiently knowledgeable in that domain to answer your question, but Well, you also have to wait for me to study more psychocollective individuation to answer this question.
Yeah, well, I could assure you that Bateson's logical types has nothing to do with logic. It has to do with the nature of paradox, which nature has to resolve itself in.
Okay,
So
I have to study it. I have to study it to compare it with Simondonian modes of individuation.
Well, Peter, from what you hear, what does it suggest to you?
Well, I don't know that Bateson had a resolution to this, because I think his discussion of logical types, which of course he borrowed from Bertrand Russell, and also from McCulloch. McCulloch was big on this too. I think he sort of agreed that he misused it, but he says, so far as paradox is concerned, it's a crucial question that in natural systems, you'll run into paradoxes between the individual and collective. And this is one of the things that Luis Bruni is good on, because he talks about synchronicity as a mode which really resolves some of this probable paradoxical situation. But I'd like to just bring it one back to the previous one, which was discussing neural capacity on this. And what Bateson pointed out for semiogenesis, what we would call semiogenesis now, although he didn't give a name to it, was intensity. And it's very interesting that he introduced two forms of intensity, and he was so glad that McCulloch had the same ideas in the neural relationship that he had discovered in the cultural relationship, because he did a study with Margaret Mead of dance and trance in Bali. And one of the things about trance is, of course, it is a dance, which in the Bali example, often is a dance with a kris or a particular knife. And you get in the trance-like states in which people injure themselves. And this is a peculiar sort of intensity in the cultural sphere. And he was looking at it in the informational sphere when McCulloch suggested that it was intensity, that it was the originator of activity in any aspect of the intensity sphere. And that apparently is still on the go before artificial intelligence.
Okay, I can say one thing about the paradoxes from the perspective of Simondon. There is no paradox, because paradoxes would only exist in the modeling part. In his theory, there are tensions and disparateness, and these are exactly what are driving the dynamics of individuation.
Okay, now Terry and James, your hand is still up. Kalevi, your hand went down, is that right?
So I thought the time is over, but otherwise.
No, we were going to continue into the discussion section, Kalevi, but for those who want to leave now, because technically the talk session is over, I want to remind you that we're having a very special event in 1 hour, 8 o'clock Sweden time, which is an evening of music and talk, animal communication and animal sounds with Stephen and David. So I won't be here because it'll be 2 a.m., but I've seen it, it's great. Please come by, watch it, and then afterwards there'll be a discussion on their art and their work, okay? So for those of you who are leaving now, please do come back in 1 hour. And for those who want to stay for the rest of the discussion, we'll pick it up with Kalevi.
Thank you. So you Yagmur, made very nicely this from Simondonian individuation model now well, translated it into a model of sign formation. So, and here one of the big problems we have in biosemiotics is that we have some very general models of sign formation, while these are described in so general terms that we are actually in difficulties how to apply these in particularly in minimal now, so to say, biophysical systems. So Persian system model is in a way similar, because this is also described in very, very general terms, and via that model we can find the minimal semiotic systems in the world. We really cannot precisely say. Now, if to compare Simondonian, say, sign formation model as you do it, whether you can see that it is in some sense, in some aspects, more operational or more useful, or adds some operational aspect in comparison to Persian model?
Oh, that's a tough question, because I really don't feel like a first expert at all. I would pass this question, for example, to Don, who has gained already some acquaintance with the Simondonian thinking. So may I ask Don to answer some part of this question such that I could comment on it?
My acquaintance with the Simondonian position comes largely secondhand through the teaching sessions that Yagmur and Josh have been putting on. So I myself don't know if I could speak to that, except to say that, correct me if I'm wrong, Yagmur, the vital mode of individuation is what we would call the biological, correct? As opposed to the physical mode, or is it not that distinct?
Yes, no, vital is biological, although, of course, when you say biology, that's why I prefer to use the word he uses in French, vital, because when we say biology, it evokes too much the separate discipline of biology, which is not. He refers to a mode of individuation, which is built on and uses physical individuation, kind of regulating it, leashing and unleashing it. So,
right, please. And that's the key, because it's leashing and unleashing what we've referred to variously as, possibility states, semiotic indeterminacy, things like this. You call it pre-individuation, as opposed to the physical pleroma systems that don't do that. So to Kalevi's question, if we're looking at the smallest threshold between the living and the non-living, that's the kind of distinction we would make. Does the non-living exhaust its pre-individuality? Does the living access it somehow and do something with it? That's what I would think would be the way to frame it. Do you agree?
Yes, as a matter of fact, in our article in Biosemiotics journal about, what was it, multi-level semiosis, I think, issue, we have mentioned that, namely, Simondon explicitly indicates a scale and the level of complexity from which onwards vital individuation would be possible. And that is the order of magnitude and the complexity of large molecules, long molecules, which are complex enough to have, to allow for multiple stable configurations between which they can switch. So they are not only bistable, but multi-stable in that sense, and open to external perturbations, couplings that could make them switch between one or the other. So this is, from Simondonian point of view, I mean, he really names them biologically and physically. Below that level, he says, structures are pre-physical and pre-biological, he says. In order to be able to distinguish them, you have to go beyond that level, such that you can talk about structures converging to a stable state and losing all their tensions and metastability, or structures that maintain the possibility of further dynamics which can be evoked from within.
Right. So I want to ask Josh to speak to this because, again, that very notion is very highly resonant. Calevi's calling it choice. I prosaically call it possibility, right? And Josh, for you, I think that's something about oscillation, correct?
Yeah, well, definitely. But before I comment on oscillations per se, I'd like to riff off where Yagmur just left off, because it's exactly how I would answer Calevi's question and also address Peter's notion of, dealing with the paradox. And Simondon has a nice way of distinguishing between the physical individuation and vital individuation, talking about neoteny. In other words, this idea that physical individuation almost in a way is allowed to go to maturity, right? So it kind of, it just has its one stable state. If this crystal has enough solution, it'll just keep going in perpetuity, never doing what the vital form of individuation would do, which preserves, as Yagmur was just saying, preserves that some of that pre-individuality, and in essence isn't allowed to grow up. And that he talks about it at every stage, even into the psycho collective, that it's these successive levels of I forget the proper biological term for juvenilization, that you're allowing, you're preserving, in essence, like life, going to that vital, that break. We have to rigorously understand how it is the dynamics preserves potential, preserves that pre-individuality, and preserves, and Simondon talks about aperion, the Aristotelian notion of kind of the infinitesimal potential, if you will, like in Yagmur nicely characterized in her talk, that on the other side of her, I think the left side of her diagram, that there's no individuality there. And in that way, we can talk both about the oscillation, but the oscillation is tricky too, because going all the way back to Paul Weiss, he had this idea of circular closure, circular causality, sorry. But as Yagmur again nicely articulated, that we've got to be careful that we're not into cybernetics or second order cybernetics when we're talking about an oscillatory circuit or an oscillatory living system, that there's a simultaneity, that the pre-individual, that potential, is simultaneous with the structures that are emerging. And then we were talking with Nora yesterday about re-merging back into that pre-individuality. And then just one final comment addressing Peter. I think Simondon, I was really excited to discover Simondon, not the least of which because he was one of the first philosophers that was willing to take a crack at the law of the excluded middle. I don't think if you take the law of the excluded middle as like your starting point, you're just not going to get there. I'm just going to say that right out, okay? Like if you're not willing to face the law of the excluded middle and at least challenge it, at least be open, if you will, like open yourself up to the pre-individual that's underneath the surface of having typed, having gone through the semiotic process of typing. Like, how were we able to get to that point in the first place? And I think I'll leave you with Cantor. I was really deeply inspired by, as was Simondon, I believe. Cantor's ability is really the foundation upon which Gödel's incompleteness theorem, even Turing's halting problem, are founded on Cantor's diagonalization, demonstrating that the infinity between 0 and 1, the continuous infinity between 0 and 1, is larger than the countable infinities. In other words, the infinity of counting 1, 2, 3, 4 up to a countable infinity is distinct, is smaller. And the reason why I bring that up is because I think when it comes to logical types and paradoxes, as Yagmur, I think, rightly pointed out, is that paradox is sort of a problem we get ourselves in. And that life, in essence, lives by virtue of the fact of not getting itself caught in paradox, pre-human anyway, that it faces the tension, and then in solving the tension by generating internally these new dimensions out of this infinity between 0 and 1, if you will, out of this pre-individual, out of pulling out these relevant possibilities, that you actually generate more tension. And it's a never-ending process. There's no solution to the paradox. There's no.
I think this is very resonant with Kalevi's idea that any system that can operate under logical laws is not semiosis, right? That it's precisely that moment where the law of the excluded middle is not serving you, that you need to move into some kind of new semiotic state. Would you agree with that, Kalevi?
I would add here one sentence that if oscillation is indeed in the bottom of semiosis, as you seem to now propose, this means that it gives us a measure of simultaneity. That means the length of that minimum present for semiosis. So I think that's not so much discussed in semiotics, that we can start from certain oscillation from even just on any semiosis. So, but I think that's a possible model indeed, because that can be just connected or linked very well with that idea of simultaneity as having a minimal length.
James, is your hand still? Oh, sorry. I just wanted James, is your hand still up?
Oh, yes, it is.
I'll let Yagmur answer Kalevi's and Josh's point and Terry's, then we'll talk to you, James.
So I would be careful in using the word oscillation, because as an engineer, it evokes in my mind a periodic behavior, which is strict repetition, which is not what should be assumed here. It can be something that seems to us as a perfect repetition, but that's most probably because we are not able to observe all those hidden dynamics that are not yet manifest. So that's actually what I was also trying to indicate when I said there is no perfect repetition in this circularity. When the system goes back to a pre-individual mode, it is not the same pre-individual mode. I mean, how can you compare one lack of structure to another lack of structure? And even on the structure side, when you are comparing to structured beings, well, you can have some resemblance, but exact identity is not possible. So as a matter of fact, it is thanks to feedback and negative feedback, thanks to its error corrective behavior, that the deviations in such repetitions are minimized, such that under certain circumstances in certain domains, certainly in technological domains and most of the time, but also in all those areas where you can, for example, live with code biology, there is a strong repetition which is actively maintained via negative feedback, but it does not capture all aspects of the being.
Okay, James, I told this would be a deep session. James.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the Terry and Yagmur's notions about interpreter and interpreter, that stimulates some thoughts in my mind. I think that we humans we're bigoted in terms of identity and notion and selfness, and we think in terms of a oneness, and that tends to be a thing. But as a biologist, I'm very aware of the multiplicity of our neurologies, so that we have intentional parts of our nervous system, but we also have a very important autonomic nervous system, and we have pluralities of aspects to mind and thinking. And in a linguistic semiotic sense, that as I was studying Whorf years ago, it occurred to me that we have a very strange phenomenon that we don't always put a lot of awareness to, and that is, as we are responding and talking together, part of it, as we're recalling ideas, we are almost as if we're thinking backwards in time, searching for ideas in order to think forward. But the other thing is too, that as we are creating words and ideas, we are freshly experiencing our own words, even in the moment as we think they are something preordained that we're just expressing outwardly. We are co-experiencers of our own, what we co-produce. So that counterplay back and forth gets to be where it drives us to, like, well, which are we going to prioritize, the hearing or the production? Which are we at any given time, when we're really a multiplicity of all these phenomena simultaneously, and we handle it with very good aplomb and very good ease. And that's how living creatures endure in life experientially. I see Yagmur nodding yes, a positive. So your thoughts?
Yes, I mean, that what you have been saying looks like an approval of why Simondon is not necessarily and generally, generically proposing structure and operation as coming into play sequentially. They exist simultaneously. As a matter of fact, in the part where, in his thesis, where he introduces these ideas, this duality, he really introduces this referring to the wave particle duality of light. So these are really dual aspects of the same thing, he says, which cannot be separated from each other. And that pretty well fits into what you are saying. Just a second, I have to switch on the light.
In the comments, we have a very, I'm sure, cryptic or deep comment by Terry, and then Gary. Terry, you want to expand upon this small but probably quite intense comment?
Well, all of this comes from the discussions of circularity and the way that different people have dealt with paradox. And this is, in a sense, the circularity of logical types. And I've just tried to represent it here, as I have in a paper I've written some years ago, by just talking about the various paradoxical systems that have expanded and expanded over time, mostly in logic, but I think they lead us into the same problem, which has to do with, begins with, actually with logical types, and then Gödel and so on and so forth, but it begins all the way back with imaginary numbers. They force us into this indefinite circularity, and you can try to resolve each one of them by, you might say, to resolve the square root of -1. You're actually forced to continually compute it. You can't stop, because once you substitute, I equals a -1 over I, substitute I for -1 over I again, it just really, that produces a continuous minus plus minus plus minus plus, except where I equals 0, where any of the values equals 0, and that allows you to produce indefinite dimensionality. And the problem we have here is that as soon as you get this kind of circularity, I think we indeed have this problem we've talked about, that is, you can't stop openness, that the system has to remain open. And this is what gets us into time. We can't escape time. We can't escape openness. And both Gary and I have been sort of talking around it in different ways.
And I think that's a good thing, yes?
If I could add something, okay. First of all, the minute you partition a system, you've got problems, right? That's the concept that comes out of Basil Hiley and David Bohm's book called The Undivided Universe. So you can't divide a system into the interpreting and the interpreted, right? That's an artificial division. First thing. Second thing, what the hell are imaginary numbers all about anyway, right? I mean, so I learned something about that from a woman named Ruth Kastner, who is the originator of the possibilistic transactional interpretation of the quantum mechanics, and the idea being, and also John Kramer, who originated the transitional interpretation, which is the idea that when something is imaginary, it's going backward in time, okay? When it's real, it's going forward in time. And when it's imaginary, it's going backward in time. And that's the nature of transaction. Transaction that goes all the way down to the atomic level, right? You have an excited atom and you have a whole bunch of less excited atoms. And all of a sudden, something weird happens. There's a photon that just gets, flows across to one of those less excited atoms. Why does it happen when it happens? I mean, is there free will all the way down? Is there maybe volition all the way down? Is there conscious agency all the way down? Is there pansemiosis all the way down? It's a question.
And that's where we probably will part company.
James?
Well, if you believe in cynicism, okay, because it comes down to Peircean cynicism and the true Peircean continuum, which is super multitudinous, which is very special. It's not a Cantorian continuum.
Yagmur, so you moved on the screen.
I try to answer this question by saying that when a system is complex enough to undergo vital individuation and even further psychic and psycho-collective individuation, it is able to even amplify the metastability and the tensions. So it enters such an unstable state, so much pregnant to changes, that any slightest perturbation is able to give rise to a new structuration. So this increased instability is the ground out of which freedom can be born, from my perspective. If this freedom can be associated with a will, that is to say, directing the outcome of the freedom, depends on how much self-control the agent has, in my opinion.
Okay, James, and then we'll be at the end of our time, but I think anyone who wants to stay can stay. This is an amazing discussion, a lot of fun. James?
Oh, just that. No, I want to just jump in about the volition thing. I see it as necessary in all systems, whether they're living or non-living. I think that's an absolute necessity. I think compatibility and coherence is an essential part of the fundamentals of space-time first. Systems don't interact unless they can see each other on any levels. And that begins with matter energy, scalings, whatever. And it's a little known thing. I think decision-making and proofs are a secondary artifact. This is just an opinion and analysis, but I know it's going to get a lot of arguments on it. But I think a lot of the traditional logic has been taking us off in a wrong direction, so that we're missing the forest for the trees. And so it's just with that in mind.
Okay. Yagmur has asked to say something to the other speakers, and then
yeah,
we'll officially have concluded today's gathering. No, the special event is now in half an hour.
Okay, so as the last speaker, one doesn't get much chance to ask or refer to other speakers. So thank you all. It was very exciting, and I would really love to say a few words. Let me try to find my notes. Andres' talk was very interesting, and I have been writing to Don from the chat about nonlinear dynamics and bifurcation theories. I don't want to occupy you with that, but at least I can say a few things about Tori's and Josh's talk. One thing, there was a question directed to Tori, I suppose, regarding the randomness, right? Do you remember that, Tori? Yeah. So when you are making the simulation of, let's say, the birds flying, and then the simulators introduce some randomness to make it appear more lifelike. As a matter of fact, neither is the randomness they are introducing true randomness in quotation marks, because it is most of the time the random number generator they are resorting to, which is kind of long enough sequence that actually repeats itself, but long enough such that we cannot perceive it, nor could we say that there is no randomness anyway, because when you run such a simulated system, which let's assume everything else is deterministic, the determinism, as we perceive it, refers to the attractors, which can be also dynamic attractors, by the way, which are some subset, sub-manifold of the huge state space, actually, to which the system converges. But the funny thing is, of course, when we are really watching such a simulation, we never let the system converge to the actual attractor, which may take a long time, which is anyway an asymptotic process. So depending on where you start and how long you watch it, most of the time, most probably, you would see the system actually along this transient route, starting from some arbitrary initial condition. So what you watch is anyway not the attractor behavior, but some kind of behavior while the system converges to it. So there is also some randomness involved due to the arbitrary initial conditions the simulation is started from. So this is one thing I would like to indicate in that respect. There's also something I would like to tell Josh, but let me tell it in private. Let's not occupy everybody, if you wish.
Okay, so much food for thought. Some of it I understand, some of it I don't, but that's why it's food for thought. Ludmila, are you still with us as a co-host? Ludmila? Maybe not. No. Okay. Well, then we won't have a countdown clock because there's nobody here to put one on. But please, again, come back in 25 minutes. I guarantee you this is a performance you want to see. Okay. Thank you all for our second day. We've got 2 more days of great fun and looking forward to it. Good night, everyone.
Thanks.
You guys stay. I want to leave.
Hi, Todd.
Good night, everyone. Yeah, plenty of fun.
Thank you,
Get some
Don.
sleep.
Josh, do you have a second? I was wondering.
Yeah.
Hi. Yes, I really wanted a follow-up question to you about the logic thing, because that's really worrying, to be honest. I come from a philosophical background, like analytical philosophy, and for me to accept that you're ready to so easily sacrifice classical logic it's scary. And it also makes it even more difficult to get to people in the mainstream. And don't you think that we should be trying to sort of find a solution that can deal with these problems using some kind of classical logic? It is sort of a thing that we'll be trying to do tomorrow, to be honest. I mean, I will. I'm not sure about you, Anna, but that is my point, sort of, is that when you take events as a basis for an ontology, so not things, and you take the events to be both the sign and the referent and the context, etc., events which are actually pretty well defined if you take Barwise and Perry's terminology, so the situation theory. So they are relations on things and properties, etc. But by the fact of them being the relation, they also sort of create some kind of a new entity that is part of the world, basically. So relation is absolute, and event looks at part of the world that's doing thing. And Barwise and Perry had some good results applying this theory both to linguistics and to other things like some social interactions. I'm not sure if that's the more common application. So if you take events as the basis for such a system, then you I don't think you have a problem with the law of excluded middle, because then signs never refer to a thing. They always refer to a situation. They always refer to like the proper name stops being the fundamental term on which you do philosophy of language. It's the proposition, like in pragmatics. And when you deal with propositions, you can have, for instance, probabilistic propositions. And you can say whether a probabilistic proposition is true or false, and yet it allows for all these statements about, well, quantum physics, for instance, if you go with probabilities. So you can have that, and you can still have the law of excluded middle if you go with propositions.
Yeah, the thing about propositions or well, let's take just probability theory and an inductive approach to inference. The trick is that you have to presuppose the random variable. You have to choose it. You have to discern as the observer, as the researcher, what goes into those buckets, of events. So the events are preconditioned, and there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that. I mean, as long as you understand where your model is effective and where it ceases to be effective. I think that's the problem that Cantor and then Gödel helped us just very uncomfortably realize, that the set theory that Russell, and I'm no expert on these things, but Russell bound himself into some paradoxes, and the way, and so the question is like, are the paradoxes intrinsic all the way down, or can we get out of the paradoxes? Can we maintain our law of the excluded middle? Can we maintain our well-formed question, our well-formed events? And Gödel's answer is no, you can't. And so it's not so much that our models don't have a place or that the law of the excluded middle doesn't have a place, but the law of the excluded middle presupposes, as Yagmur was talking about just a moment ago, and Simondon talks about a great deal as he's critiquing the law of the excluded middle, or even transitivity in logic, that A equals B and B equals C, therefore A equals C. The problem is that as the system, necessarily the contexts that you're not tracking, that you can't track, are evolving, that in fact transitivity breaks down, and that those equivocations, that even A equaling A become, identity relations become problematic, yeah, I know, it's uncomfortable. I'm not claiming that, that this heterodoxy is comfortable or even really well accepted. But if our goal is to understand semiogenesis all the way down, so to speak, then there's plenty of place for these frames to be held and maintained and well-defined, where it is we can define completeness, where it is we can define the line between coherence and incoherence. But that we will, for, Simondon's, I think, argument is that we'll forever find ourselves in paradoxes insofar as we assume more than we're really permitted to assume, that we assume beyond our model, that we assume beyond how it is we've defined our terms, how it is we've defined the closure of our system that we're observing to conduct our inductive investigation. Yagmur, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, so actually the principle of excluded middle, which is so close to our hearts in a sense, which is so intuitive, is, in my opinion, derived, just like linear causality, from our daily life experiences, which are based on short-term and short-range observations, where the assumption of ceteris paribus applies. Our models can be assumed to include everything necessary. But then, as things keep on evolving, especially in some kind of dynamics, other unmodeled dynamics enter the play, and we cannot confine ourselves anymore to the state space within which we were working, unless we want to give up determinacy. In this case, if you want to all of a sudden confine ourselves to statistical, probabilistic models, okay, we can still remain within our earlier state space, but then we lose the determinacy. If you want to embrace, I mean, stick to determinacy, then you should be ready to expand your state space, but how large, how much you should include is unknown, of course. I think Kalevi was going to say something.
Just one sentence. I think I would help Josh in this way, that what is the basic problem of biosemiotics is to explain the origin of logic itself. That means, say, because from where knowledge comes, that's the main problem, but going down, the first thing is to understand from where logic appears at all together with life. So, and now whether we can describe now that origin of logic itself using the classical logic as the language of description or not, that is now actually your question in a way. So, and so here, maybe even we can, but we should just understand that our problem is very deep in here, from it's the first origin of logic itself.
Yeah.
If I may, again, from sort of a metaphysical point of view, if I were to be blunt, I'd say that, well, logic, of course, is a symbolic system, but it's about abstracts, abstract only. So why would you suppose that biosemiotics all the way down, which operates on, well, of course you suppose relations from the very beginning, but at least from the materialistic point of view.
Boris, you can be comfortable living in the classical world, but the question is, do we live in a classical world? Is the world truly?
My question then is, if
we don't
there is such a fundamental difference, wouldn't that imply there must be some cutoff at some point, even between life and non-life, or at some level when at some point when life evolved, when it is enough to have this short-term everyday life.
There's no cut point
to create.
There's no reason for a cut point.
I actually agree with you, Kalevi, entirely, and I think this is. I think one of the ways into this is to look at how George Spencer Brown begins his laws of form. And it's consistent with Peirce's notion of fallibility. George Spencer Brown says there are two operations. There's distinction and confusion. A confusion means I can't make a distinction. Living things are forced to make a distinction in a world of confusion, in which ultimately there is not absolute distinction. But once you do make a distinction, once you say, okay, although I can't fully get rid of confusion, you can now build on those distinctions. And George Spencer Brown, of course, does that in his laws of form, when he builds an arithmetic out of distinction and confusion, builds an algebra out of his arithmetic of confusion and distinction. But the beginning is a very, very simple beginning, which every living system has to do, because it has to distinguish itself from the world temporarily, and it can't continually do so.
It's built into our biology, Boris. That's why we have a left hemisphere and we have a right hemisphere, right? We have a left hemisphere to deal with the divided world and the division in the world and the separation and the story of separation. But we also have another hemisphere. What's that for, right? What is it doing there? It's connecting us. It's connecting us to the concrete reality. The concrete reality is one which we can't talk about, right? Because to talk, you have to divide things up. You have to name things. But we feel it. We feel its presence. And the question is, do you deny that feeling, and do you say, well, all there is, what I can see, and that's nominalism, right? That was what Peirce was very concerned about, the threat of nominalism. And that's where we are in the world right now. We're overrun by nominalism.
One example that's helped me, Boris, is because I've struggled with this too, and it's worth the struggle because this is just where we are as a species. But one example that that really convinced me was this idea of, and this is related to the imaginary numbers that Terry was talking about, is the idea of a waveform that you imagine a waveform and then you repeat that waveform, and then the second copy of the waveform you shift it 90 degrees so that they're superposed 100% out of phase, so that they're completely two distinct waveforms that we could say ontologically that they exist. You superpose those waveforms, they deconstructively interfere. So at that point, like, is it, through the perspective of the law of the excluded middle, like if we're going to use the law of the excluded middle to help me out of this kind of a paradox, like, is there a waveform? Because it's composed, historically, it's composed of two waveforms that exist veritably, but then they annihilate each other. And so that physically there's no thing. So just this example helped me at least challenge, at least beg the question, ask the question, I should say. What is the law of the excluded middle hiding us from? And so I just wanted to just ask myself, like Calabi nicely framed, is that I don't want to get stuck in fallacies. Like, I'm trying to answer a certain kind of question, and I'm just convinced myself through that thought experiment that the law of the excluded middle might be leading me astray, might be actually actively keeping me from answering the ultimate question I want to answer.
Yeah, although I'm always tempted to take the position of an ontological, metaphysical eventist and say, well, there were two waveforms. That was an event, and now there's one waveform. That's another event. And
but to Terry's point, like the distinction between distinction and confusion is that once you've established, then causal order, like you could put those in either order. You could say that then all events that look like flat lines, are they just composed of an infinite number of momenta that happen to cohere in a certain way that they just flatline? The causal order, time, you have no time. There is no time at that point. So you can't order them sequentially, as much as I know classical logic needs us to do.
Yeah, true. So if causality, yeah, I don't have it.
If time is a true continuum, then things can be arbitrarily closely displaced, right? Which means you can basically go all the way down as far as time will allow you to go down, which, if you believe that time is a continuum, it's an infinitely deep hole. But it's also where all the things that are novel in the world, everything creative, we were talking briefly about this. I mean, there's a beautiful paper by Vincent Colapietro about temporality and experience, where he talks about jazz musicians performing and the spontaneity of live performance, and how that is an exemplification, a concrete exemplification of accessing the creative possibilities of the moment, I think. And who says that there's a limit on that?
Can I have a quick follow-up question, Terry? Professor Deacon, this Terry. So if we agree and go with this distinction confusion metaphor, which I like a lot, would you then say that we can try to explain biosemiotics of up to the point, in terms of classical logic, up to the point when this distinction happens. So some kind of life appears, however we define it. So would you agree that that would be doable? And then we need to go into the fuzzy, non-Phrygian, complicated logic that we don't yet have, with causalities that we need to invent. But at least down to the level of a cell, let's say, we can deal with logic as we know it.
I think my response is very close to Kalevi's question, which is that living things need to have a self-other distinction. And that distinction is always transient. It always changes. The material of self is not constant. The boundary of self is not constant. But at every moment, there has to be a distinction. And from that distinction, something else has to follow. Living things in that respect, I think even at the very origins of life, are creating distinction. In the non-living world, I don't think it's as clear as that. What's happening in the living system, of course, is it maintains distinction over time. Living things are in the process of maintaining themselves, maintaining their self-other distinction. The rest of the physical world, things just simply transform one into another in sort of Peirce's syndicalism sense. But also this means that this is why semiosis always has to deal with the problem of fallibility. That is, distinctions are never finished. But because of the nature of the pragmatic nature of life, we have to make distinctions in a world that can't be finally distinguished. Nevertheless, that's sufficient to keep you going. And living things are constantly doing that. And this is, I think, what creates the logic. The logic is artificial in that sense. It's artificial, but it maintains over time. It maintains existence. So, Kalevi, you want to respond?
Just to add the part of confusion, because this distinction and confusion, it seems that distinction is a simpler thing to describe than confusion. So yeah. Confusion normally is described as just a logical paradox, but look at this is deeper in a way. Because confusion is exactly the moment of freedom. So confusion is exactly the moment of what allows free choice or preconditions for free choice. And that is very, very interesting here. So that you actually do not have precise access via classical logic to describe the phenomenon of confusion, I would say.
In effect, I think it's also related to the concept that I like, that links both the logical and mathematical to the statistical, the stochastic, the synergistic, and that is the notion of constraint. A constraint always has some freedom within it. There's always some tolerance when we talk about constraint, but one can provide a very discrete constraint. And I think that all semiosis, I mean, this is my own take on this, of course, is based upon identifying a constraint, something that is present, something that is absent, even in a context where the precision can't ever be absolute.
But the constraint itself is processual.
Yeah, exactly.
The constraint is not constrained, right? I mean, it is potentially constantly in flux.
And undermined. It gets undermined over time, but in effect, what I'm saying is that living things have to make distinctions in a world in which distinctions are always fallible.
So it raises an interesting question, which is, for me, has been problematic, and that is this, this cut point for life, right? I mean, and the distinction between physiosemiosis and, that is semiosis contained within inanimate structures, and semiosis that becomes apparent within the context of life. And that I know from my reading, of course, I wasn't part of this when this was all happening, but from my reading, I know that this was a point of deep contention. For example, between John Deely and Tom Stiebiak, right? I mean, that you have to be alive to be semiotic, right? And then the question is, can you extend the whole concept of semiosis to the inanimate? And my argument is that, I mean, that you must, right? I mean, in fact, that's the basis for this idea of pansemiosis, that everything has the capacity for transaction. And that goes all the way down to the individual atom, the subatomic level. And if that's the case, you know, then we're just special cases.
Yeah, but
and I think that's the distinction that Kalevi and I are making. The Kalevi and I would probably not, I mean, I don't want to speak for you, Kalevi, but I certainly see that the origins of life, I'm on the Stiebiak side of things, so to speak. That's the origins of life is the origins of semiosis. And I think it's a confusion between whether semiosis is in the sign vehicle or in the interpretive process, whether it's a process. And so my distinction has to do with it being a very distinctive process that life engages in.
Yeah. So, and John, of course, said that he's not a pansemiotician, John Deely, certainly.
Right.
But anyhow, even being that, this doesn't remove the question, what happens with semiosis together with life? So that question remains anyhow. So that's therefore, yeah. But biosemiotics in a way has an interesting start.
I would argue that that a stop is unnecessary, right? That in fact, if you assume, you know, cynicism, you know, that the world is founded on continuity, then there is no stop. There is no place of discontinuity. We impose discontinuity. We put discontinuity onto the foundational continuum.
Still, there is death when life stops.
Does it? That's a big question.
Well, so I mean, if you think of even quantum theory, which in one sense plays with this difficulty of continuity and discontinuity, quantum theory requires discontinuity. And I think the interesting thing about discontinuity is that it allows boundaries. It creates boundaries. It creates, you might say, what's analogous, you know, if you think about the difference between in mathematical theories like this, you think about the difference between spinor relationships and tensor relationships. Spinor relationships have the possibility of discontinuity. That is, things can be in breakdown point, and quantum theory allows both. Which is what I think is motivating this interesting challenge. It creates both continuity and discontinuity. And it's one of the reasons that relativity and quantum theory never actually found a nice, neat boundary together, because in fact, one is a continuity theory and one's a discontinuity theory.
Well, it's interesting because I just interacted with Basil Hiley about this over the issue of non-commutativity. Right? That is the issue of ordering and whether ordering is part of this, right? I mean, because the algebra of quantum physics is an ordered algebra and it comes out in spin, right? I mean, it's like you have to open the door before you walk through it, right? There has to be a sequence of events that allows things to go the way they're going to go.
Dear friends, but now, since Don is sleeping and cannot interrupt our discussion, but our next, our concert people are now here, so let's make this time continuous directly to the next.
Discontinuous, yes.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, I have the honor of introducing the next act. It's my great pleasure to say that David Rothenberg and Stephen Akmanovich are going to share with us an hour-long presentation that is both music, played music, and discussion as well. And they are both coming from a background of working with interspecies communication, art, explorations of playing with birds and bugs and insects and whales, and learning about how communication happens between human beings and the larger ecology. David's a professor of philosophy at New Jersey Institute of Technology and has written a lot of books and made a lot of recordings with animals. And Stephen is a graduate of Harvard, been doing improv and plays violin and got his PhD from my father. He's been working with questions of what might art tell us about the possibilities for survival. And I've known him most of my life. So it's a great pleasure to introduce both of them. And I'm not going to say more than that because we need the time to dive in and to enjoy this presentation. So I'm hoping that that it's queued up and ready to go. And let's take a look. After the session, we'll have some open gallery time for discussion.
Well, it's great to be here with the biosemiotics folks. I guess the theme that we're all interested in is how the living world is constantly talking to itself.